drip by drip.
An orthopedic surgeon can replace a damaged joint, but they can't replace time. For you, or for the person who has to drive you around. That's why you need a surgeon who's close to home. At RWJ Barnabas Health, we have the specialized care you need to get moving again. Do it right. Here. Visit rwjbh.org/ortho. RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy. Together.
Paramus Hyundai knows that in playoff baseball, every hit, pitch, play, and save can make all the difference. Same with shopping for a new vehicle. Leave nothing to chance. Score huge savings at Paramus Hyundai. Don't miss amazing limited-time pricing on all your favorites, including the 2024 Hyundai Elantra, all backed by America's best warranty, the 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty with owner assurance. 4 is always less, so root for Paramus Hyundai, ParamusHyundai.com. Let's go, New York.
Hey, Mets fans. Flagstar is bringing banking to the big leagues. Now we have even more accounts and services available, from simple savings to small business and commercial banking. Wherever you are on your financial journey, our talented bankers are here to help. And our technology is as helpful as our people. Stop by a branch or visit Flagstar.com. Together, we can do great things. Flagstar Bank, let's align the stars. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Throw in some music.
We can watch the game. Or we could keep it simple.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now, get a low $259 per month lease for 36 months on Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google, LLC. Well-qualified lessees. 2024 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $47.49 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. Ends 11/4/24.
Welcome back to the Nissan Mets pregame show. Getting set for Game 4 of the National League Championship Series. Dodgers with a 2-1 series lead. First pitch just about 20 minutes from now. Citi Field filling up to capacity. Another expected sellout tonight. Already 20 minutes to first pitch. We are well above 50% full. 7-line armies out in right center field getting ready to go as well. Let's take a look at baseball strikeout leader, sponsored by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. The Mets finished the regular season with 1,455 strikeouts. The Braves led the National League with 1,553. For every Mets strikeout this year, Odyssey Mets Radio will make a donation to Cars for Kids charity. We are donating. You should too. Donate your car, boat, or real estate at carsforkids.com today. It's time for our keys to the game, and it's key that Jose Quintana limits the walks. Mets pitchers have issued 22 walks in 26 innings so far in the National League Championship Series. You compare that to the first two series against the Brewers and the Mets, 21 free passes in 61 2/3 innings. We'll wrap up the Nissan Mets pregame show on the other side. This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
As the playoffs heat up, stay hydrated with ReadyRefresh. At the office or at home, ReadyRefresh has amazing deals on all bottled water. From case packs to water filtration to 5-gallon bottles. Delivered right to your door. Score more and skip the store. ReadyRefresh ensures you're hydrated for every inning. ReadyRefresh even has a great assortment of water dispensers and offers pro cleaning services for every model.
ReadyRefresh.
your ultimate game day hydration partner. Order now at ReadyRefresh.com.
Unos 3 millones de dólares. ¿Qué te parece? You know you ready to play. Sounds grande, grande.
Play the New York Lottery's new Grande Scratch-Off games with prizes up to $3 million or a second chance to win 1 of 100 VIP trips to Billboard Latin Music Week in Miami. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
If you heat your home with oil, you must hear this message. Low-price home heating oil is now available to all our Mix Radio listeners at a fixed price that can save you hundreds of dollars a year on your home heating bill. If you think you're paying too much to heat your home, then pick up your phone, dial 866-OIL-DEAL right now to see how much you can save on heating oil. The Home Heating Oil Service Center is staffed 24/7, and mechanics are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure your family is never left in the cold. Just dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL. The heating oil line is now open for Mets Radio listeners. Think you're paying too much for your home heating oil or service? Call the Home Heating Oil line now to see how much you can save off your home heating costs. Don't wait. There is no reason to pay too much for home heating oil. You can get the best service, 24-hour mechanics, and a low flat rate for this home heating season, guaranteed. So call now. Dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Welcome back as we wrap up the Nissan Mets pregame show. Game 4 of the National League Championship Series coming up in just a moment. But first, our player to bank on, sponsored by California Cryo Bank. Build your family with the #1 sperm bank in the United States. And tonight, we bank on Francisco Alvarez. The pitching matchup, one more time. Jose Quintana starts for the Mets against Yoshinobu Yamamoto for LA. That'll do it for the Nissan Mets pregame show. On the other side, we join Keith Pratt and the Hall of Fame radio voice of the New York Mets, Howie Rose, for lineups and first pitch between the Mets and the Dodgers coming up right after this.
The Nissan Mets pregame show on Odyssey Mets Radio has been brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Spectrum, a connection built for everywhere. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum. Sloman's Home Heating Oil. The difference is human. Call 866-OIL-DEAL. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit peerlessboilers.com to find a dealer near you. Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life. Margaret Teets, Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power. 1-877 for Kids. That's cars with a K to donate your car today. And by ELEC 825, building our future.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
1:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the South Point 400 from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Yeah. On SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Yeah. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
It's 2024 Mets postseason baseball on Odyssey Mets Radio.
And the 2-2 to Lindor, swinging a high fly ball, well hit to right. Betts going back. This might go, and it is gone. A home run. Francisco Lindor just pulled a Lenny Dykstra as he leads off a game in the postseason with a home run. Swinging a drive in the air, pretty well hit right center. Pages back at the track near the wall. It is gone. A grand slam for Mark Vientos on a 3-2 pitch. He clears the bases. Alonso at second. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Base hit going into center field. Alonso rounds third. He's coming home. Throw to the plate by Pages. Head first slide. He's safe. Down to second goes Marte. Single and a run batted in. The Mets have a 7-3 lead. Yeah, sets. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike three. Put it in the books.
New York Mets Baseball is brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. And by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Rothenberg Law Firm. InjuryLawyer.com. Casamigos Tequila. Brought to you by those who drink it. ThriveWell Infusion. The official IV sponsor of Odyssey Mets Radio. Visit ThriveWellInfusion.com. Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit PeerlessBoilers.com to find a dealer near you. Gin and Juice, a premium seltzer, an official partner of the New York Mets. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device that saves lives. The New York Lottery. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. And by Berkeley College. Your potential is our promise.
From Citi Field in Flushing, Queens, welcome to New York Mets baseball. Tonight, the Mets face the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 4 of the 2024 National League Championship Series. The starting pitchers for the Dodgers, right-hander Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and for the Mets, left-hander Jose Quintana. Hi again, everyone. I'm Howie Rose, along with Keith Radd, and the Mets are hoping to continue a pattern. It wasn't their intent to initiate this pattern when they lost the opener of this series 9-0, but they bounced back nicely to win Game 2 7-3 before the Dodgers came up with another shutout win last night, beating the Mets 8-0. So the Dodgers lead this series 2-1. The Mets need to win at least one of these two games here at Citi Field now, with a 5:08 start for Game 5 tomorrow in order to send the series back to Los Angeles. And again, they will have Jose Quintana on the mound against the rookie Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Our game time temperature is sponsored by Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Go to peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. 58 degrees at game time on the 25th anniversary of Robin Ventura's famous Grand Slam single. And Robin has just thrown out a first pitch to his 1999 Mets teammate, Edgardo Alfonzo. We'll come back to talk about the pitching matchup, the lineups, and a whole lot of stuff right after this on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Rev up the fun with the Honda Civic and HR-V. These vehicles redefine the game when it comes to performance and style. With sporty designs matched by powerful performance, the Civic and HR-V deliver a driving experience like no other. But what really sets these cars apart from the crowd is the spirit of determination that inspires everything we do. That's why we're KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelly Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
Once your day starts, it doesn't stop. You go and go and go some more. Routines like yours demand reliable tires. Tires that keep up with you. Day after day, mile after mile, season after season. That's why Uniroyal Tires makes the tried and true Uniroyal Tiger Paw Touring All-Season tire. A good tire with great value so you can have total confidence every time you drive. The Uniroyal Tiger Paw Touring All-Season tire. Learn more about Uniroyal Tires at Whitey's Tire Service on Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn or go to uniroyaltires.com.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same day and next day appointments available in offices in Colonia, Livingston, and now Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit SamwellPain.com.
Looking for a replacement window?
Get the Anderson 400 Series double-hung window installed for you by Riverhead Building Supply.
Anderson is the #1 brand for window replacement.
Visit a Riverhead Building Supply showroom or rbscorp.com today.
The family of Casamigos tequilas, Añejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and introducing the new Casamigas Jalapeno. Casamigos tequila brought to you by those who drink it. Remind you to enjoy today's game responsibly.
Now back here at Citi Field, about 43,000 Met fans are waving their blue rally towels, and they made sure, thanks with some help from the Mets game entertainment crew here, to do it in sync, just as Fox, Big Fox we call it, national TV, just as they were taking over, the first thing that they saw was these 43,000 blue towels being waved. And, well, it's the white towel that nobody wants to wave in this series. That's still a ways off. The Mets have an opportunity to even this series tonight. And the salute to America is brought to you by the Ray Catena family of dealerships. Visit them at raycatena.com. The national anthem was performed tonight, and beautifully so, by Chloe Lowry. And as far as the pitching, well, Yoshi Yamamoto's got that big $325 million contract under his back pocket, I guess, or inside of it. But for the Mets, it's about Jose Quintana just trying to be as effective as he's been his first two starts of this postseason, Keith.
Yeah, Jose Quintana's been really, really good. And again, we kind of were amazed a little bit because he throws only 90 to 91 with a little changeup and a curve, but he's done it for 13 years. He's made more than 330 starts in his life, and he's made a living literally doing this. Maybe not as much money as Yoshinobu Yamamoto, but for Quintana, he changed his arm slot. He's kept the ball in the ballpark. This is a very tough Dodgers lineup, as we have found out over the first 3 games. They do not chase, so you have to fire some pitches in the zone. And again, Quintana will try to keep everybody off balance tonight. Meanwhile, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, $325 million contract, first of a 12-year deal. The righties have a little bit of a shot against him versus the lefties, which is, if you're wondering why, J.D. Martinez is in there instead of Jesse Winker. Well, Yamamoto has a great splitter, which lefties cannot touch. They can't touch his curveball either. So the Mets feel like the righties, who have a little bit of a chance, will be in there today against Yamamoto, who does throw 96 with a splitter and a curve. And he has made 2 postseason outings, both against San Diego. He was basically terrific in Game 5, the clincher for the Dodgers over the Padres. That is tonight's pitching matchup presented by Ridgewood Savings Bank, multiplying the good for over 100 years. Starting lineups, first pitch, Game 4 next. Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Laborers Local 731 has been responsible for some of the biggest and most celebrated infrastructure projects in New York City, like the rebuild of the World Trade Center and the new LaGuardia Airport. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power.
When you're number one, it's always good to remember who helped you get there. For the Ray Catena family of dealerships, it's an easy call. They're customers. It's why Ray Catena is the premier luxury automotive group in New Jersey and New York. Their game plan is simple. It's to always put the customer first with legendary customer service and the brands they trust the most. Mercedes-Benz, Lexus, Audi, Porsche, BMW, Land Rover, Infiniti, Jaguar, Mini, and Sprinter. Visit a Ray Catena dealership or go to raycatena.com.
The College of New Jersey offers a top-notch education at a public college price point. That's higher education elevated. Learn more at tcnj.edu.
At Joy Jolt, we celebrate every moment, especially the big wins. Brooklyn born and bred, we keep it vibrant with our amazing barware and more. Whether you're hosting a game day party or raising a glass to a grand slam, do it with joy. Do it with Joy Jolt.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire for Michelin's cross-climate tires, offering a design that delivers an exceptional level of long-lasting performance throughout the tire's lifespan. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than anywhere else. For the guaranteed lowest price and your best deal on Michelin cross-climate tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Chopra and Nocerino is the exclusive personal injury firm of the New York Mets. Winning in the playoffs is a battle. So is a personal injury case. Trust Chopra and Nocerino will fight for you and go the distance if needed. Chopra and Nocerino always come prepared. They have proven results and will fight to get results you need. They have countless victories here in New York and serve New Yorkers proudly. If you've been hurt in an accident, you need to call Chopra and Nocerino. 855-NYC-HURT. Chopra and Nocerino. They'll fight for you.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Throw in some music.
We can watch the game. Or we could keep it simple.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
NLCS Game 4. Tonight's starting lineups are sponsored by Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda. First for the Dodgers, who have a 2-1 series lead in this best of 7. The DH, Shohei Ohtani, leads off, followed by the right fielder Mookie Betts. Left fielder Teoscar Hernandez bats third, and in the cleanup spot tonight, Tommy Edman, the shortstop. Third baseman Kike Hernandez bats fifth. First baseman Max Muncy slots in sixth. And the bottom trio for Dave Roberts' L.A. Dodgers. Will Smith, the catcher. Andy Pages, the center fielder. And the nine-man second baseman Chris Taylor, with Yoshinobu Yamamoto limited with some injuries, some shoulder problems at 18 starts. He was 7-2, though, with an ERA of 3. Now for the New York Mets, shortstop Francisco Lindor leads off. Mark Vientos bats behind him and plays third. First baseman Pete Alonso hits third, with Brandon Nimmo in the cleanup spot playing left field. Starling Marte batting fifth. He's playing right field. J.D. Martinez gets the start at DH, batting sixth. Jose Iglesias hits seventh. He's at second base. Harrison Bader gets the start too tonight. He's in center field batting eighth. And the catcher, Francisco Alvarez, rounds out the lineup batting ninth, with Jose Quintana on the mound. Quintana pitched Game 3, the winner-take-all in Milwaukee, and Game 4, the clincher against Philadelphia, as the Mets are calling on him again to be big tonight. And he has chosen tonight to get back into those traditional home whites with the blue pinstripe. The Dodgers in their road grays with Dodgers written in blue across the chest. Those are tonight's uniforms, brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life, flagandanthem.com. And you don't have to go online. You can just come in the radio booth. Howie Rose will give you 2 thumbs up for a decision like that. Now, when it's game time, it's Tully time. The first pitch is brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. Be sure to grab a Tullamore Dew during tonight's game. Well, this crowd is certainly riled up for many different reasons. They know they are big tonight. They're trying to help the Mets even up this series. And John Franco, the all-time saves leader for the New York Mets, has his rally towel, getting his crowd going. Shohei Ohtani is walking his way to home plate, stepping up to the microphone, the Hall of Fame radio voice of the New York Mets, Howie Rose.
All right, thank you very much, Keith. And it is wonderful to see the Mets back in authentic Mets colors and their original classic Mets pinstripe uniforms. Shohei Ohtani will lead off, and, you know, the numbers continue to grow. Puzzling as they might be for Ohtani, with the bases empty, as they will be here if this game ever starts, waiting for the go-ahead from, you know, the network stooge. Ohtani 0 for 22 in the postseason with the bases empty. when runners are on, 7 for 9 with 2 homers. Last night he grounded out on the very first pitch from Luis Severino. Quintana ready to deliver his. And the first pitch of tonight's game on the way. It's a fastball low and outside for ball 1. Ohtani last night hit a home run halfway up the Coca-Cola corner in right field, right down the line, barely fair. The 1-0 on the way to the left-hand batter. Swing and a drive to deep right field. Forget it. This ball is long gone deep into the back of the Mets bullpen in right field. Shohei Ohtani hits the second pitch of the game out of the ballpark, and the Dodgers have an instant 1-0 lead.
Well, you know, with this Dodger lineup, and Quintana knows it, you can't nibble. You can't get a chase, so you have to go right at him. And when you go right at Shohei Ohtani with a 91-mile-an-hour sinker, you hope and pray it's not right down the middle. Well, this one was right down the middle.
So Ohtani hits his 3rd home run of the postseason, and the Dodgers are in front 1-0. And now Mookie Betts, the batter, a right-hand hitter. And Quintana delivers. Swing on a pop foul, straight back out of play. And the count 0-1. Well, that one was a no-doubter in a way that last night's wasn't, not because of distance, but because of the question of fair or foul. And it just brought to mind more. And here's the 0-1 on the way to Betts. Breaking ball, hit in the air to right field, not too deep. In comes Marte. And he makes the catch, one man out. You know, it kind of reignited those discussions about whether those foul poles need to be taller. And that's just how high the ball was hit last night by Ohtani. Tonight, a different story. A no-doubter to the back of the bullpen in right. And so the Dodgers, with their 1-0 lead, and that will bring up Teoscar Hernandez, and he's got power. Guy who hit 33 home runs during the regular season. Right-hand batter. Quintana's first pitch taken low and away, a changeup for ball 1. Well, the Dodgers led the National League in home runs. Only the Yankees and Baltimore Orioles hit more than the 233 that the Dodgers hit, 54 of them by Ohtani. And the 1-0 to Hernandez, lifted in the air foul off to the right side and out of play. And that evens the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Teoscar Hernandez with Tommy Edman, as unlikely a cleanup hitter as there can be, waiting on deck. Freddie Freeman not in the lineup because of that ankle. With the lefty Quintana going. The 1-1 on the way. Hit on the ground up the middle to his left. Lindor gobbles it up. Throws to first in time, and there are 2 men away. And let's look at the Mets defensive alignment. Sponsored by Orland and Cohen Orthopedic Group. Experiencing orthopedic pain, they've got specialists for that. Alonso at first, Iglesias at second, Lindor at short, Vientos at third, Nimmo in left. The only change defensively, Bader in center for Taylor, Marte in right, and the struggling Francisco Alvarez behind the plate. So 2 out, nobody on for, Tommy Edman, the cleanup hitter for the Dodgers. And the first pitch is a curveball in for a called strike, 0-1. He's played over 600 big league ball games. This is the 3rd time that he has started in the cleanup spot. Former Cardinal, the 0-1 taken outside, a curve, and the count 1-1. He's a switch hitter, batting right-handed. He's batting cleanup because he's supposedly a better right-hand hitter. Certainly was during the regular season, although it was compromised by injury. And the 1-1 missed outside, a sinker. 2 balls and 1 strike, but as a left-handed batter, he's 3 for 8 in this series and has caused some havoc with his bat. 2 out, nobody on. Dodgers on the Ohtani homer lead 1-0 as they bat in the first inning. And Quintana with a right leg kick deals. That's on the inside corner, a breaking ball. And the count 2-2. The home run, the first earned run allowed by Quintana during the postseason, and the first home run he allowed since the 20th of August. Here's the 2-2 to Edman. Fastball is in there, strike 3 called. He put it over the outside edge, and that retires the side. Good comeback by Quintana to get the next 3 after Ohtani led off with a homer. And in the middle of the first inning, it's the Dodgers 1 and the Mets coming up on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
Let's go Mets!
VIP stands for Very Important Person. That's how we value each one of our customers, patrons, and clients at VIP Honda. Honda's first all-electric vehicle, the Prologue, is now here. Hybrid technology is offered on the new 2024 Honda Accord Hybrid and Honda CR-V Hybrid. All new 2024 Honda models come with complimentary 24-month, 24,000-mile scheduled Honda maintenance, and we offer courtesy service loaner cars to each VIP. Search our inventory and see our offers on VIPHonda.com.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Beach wows, mountain wows, and show-stopping wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
No one plans on heart problems, but everyone should have a plan for them. At RWJ Barnabas Health, we help patients of all lifestyles and medical histories plan for healthy hearts. With the latest technology and a highly specialized team of nurses, cardiologists, and surgeons, our network offers the most complete heart and vascular care in New Jersey. Make plans for a healthy heart with RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy together. Visit rwjbh.org/heart.
The College of New Jersey is the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland. Learn more at tcnj.edu. That's tcnj.edu.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip by drip.
While everyone is listening to the ball game, the Engineers Labor Employer Cooperative is hard at work rebuilding our infrastructure. Whether it's transportation, water, or energy projects, ELEC and the Operating Engineers 825 are ready to get to work building our bounce back. Last of the first inning, Shohei Ohtani's leadoff homer has the Dodgers out in front 1-0 as the Mets will get their second look at the right-hander from Japan, Yoshinobu Yamamoto. And Yamamoto saw the Mets back on April the 19th in Los Angeles and pitched 6 innings, allowing 3 earned runs on 7 hits, striking out 9 batters. That's the most that he struck out in a game, but he was terrific his last time out as he pitched 6 shutout innings in the clincher, 5 shutout innings in the clincher for the Dodgers over the San Diego Padres in Game 5 of the division series. That's after there was some talk that he might have been tipping in the first game he faced against the Padres when they cuffed him around pretty well. Francisco Lindor in to lead off, a switch hitter batting left-handed. 8 out of 38 in the postseason. Yamamoto's first pitch bounced along the first baseline foul. And the count 0-1. Francisco 1 for 11 in the National League Championship Series. That was the home run he hit off of Ryan Brazier to begin Game 2, right after the Mets had taken that 9-0 walloping in Game 1. So that was like the alarm clock going off. The Mets could use something similar here, trailing 1-0. The 0-1 pitch, fastball fouled straight back and out of play. And the count 0-2. And that's 96-mile-an-hour fastball out of the hand of Yamamoto. His huge weapon, though, is a split. And that's why he has been dominant against left-hand batters. So Lindor's got to be thinking about that here. And the 0-2 on the way. It's hit on the ground up the middle, off the glove of Yamamoto. Trickles out towards short. Played by Edman. Fires to first in time. And so Lindor is out. It'll go 1-6-3. And that's the first out here in the bottom of the first inning. Mark Vientos will be next.
Tell you what, Tommy Edman, I know he's hitting cleanup tonight. He's been doing a lot with his bat. This is a nice play from him at shortstop. And he's becoming, the people in L.A. are in love with Tommy Edman with what he's done, not just this series, but even going back to San Diego.
It was the split that Lindor hit on the ground. And so 1 up, 1 down, and Mark Vientos, the batter. Right-hand hitter, and the first pitch by Yamamoto, a breaking ball that spins over the outside corner. A good curve for a called strike. And it's 0-1 as we come to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The 0-1 lifted in the air to deep right center field. This ball's going a long way. Home run into the Dodger bullpen in right center field. Pumping his fist between first and second is Mark Vientos. He gets the Ohtani home run right back. 2 batters into the bottom of the first inning. It's Ohtani 1, Vientos 1. And for Mark Vientos, his 4th home run of this postseason.
Again, to talk about how much people love this person and that person, and Boy, Mark Vientos has had a year to remember, and it just won't stop. This 2024 for Mark Vientos. Last night he was denied by this ballpark, the dimensions, the cool weather. This time he adds a little more muscle and hits it out.
So here is Pete Alonso. Boy, did Vientos ever re-engage the fans. First pitch, swung on and missed a cutter away, and it's 0-1. Yamamoto generally keeps the ball in the park. He only allowed 7 home runs all year. 0-1 the count. Now remember, he missed half the year because of injury. And the 0-1 fastball outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Yamamoto pitched 90 innings and gave up only 7 home runs. Alonso 0 for 4 last night, 7 out of 33 in the postseason. And the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss at a hard sinking fastball. And the count 1-2. So Mark knocked it out of the park. Sponsored by Chopra, I wouldn't make that up on my own, and No Sereno, the exclusive personal injury law firm of the New York Mets. 1-2 to Alonso, in tight with a fastball, 2-2. It was also the first Mets hit of the game, sponsored by River Spring Living. See what makes life at River Spring Living special. Visit riverspringliving.org. And not to be outdone, the first Mets run of the game, sponsored by Sloman's Home Heating Oil. Stay warm this winter and lock in a low flat rate today. Call 866-OIL-DEAL. 2-2 to Alonso. Swung on and missed strike 3. Got him with a slider. Well, nobody's bought the first Mets batter to strike out, but it is the first strikeout recorded by Yamamoto. 2 men away, and Brandon Nimmo will be the batter. We'll take a look at the umpires lineup, brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy together. Nick Lentz is calling the balls and strikes. David Rackley at first, Jordan Baker at second, Jeremy Rehak, the umpire, at third. First pitch to Nimmo, left-hand batter, taken at the knees. A fastball for a called strike 1. Mike Malinsky on the left field line. Crew chief Marvin Hudson is on the right field line. Dodgers 1, Mets 1, 2 out, nobody on, bottom 1. And the 0-1 to Nimmo, a big swing and a miss at a fastball that was up. And it is 0-2. Nimmo playing through the plantar fasciitis. It is very noticeable how at times he has been compromised, going back on balls in particular. And then, of course, Freddie Freeman with his sore ankle, not starting tonight. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball down and in a curve. And it's 1-2 to Nimmo. Brandon 8 out of 36 with a home run during the postseason. He went 0 for 3 last night. Check that, 1 for 3 last night. 1-2, outfield straight away. Now the pitch. Fastball, pop foul. That'll reach the seats behind the third base dugout. And the count remains on 2 strikes on Brandon Nimmo. Now Yamamoto with a left leg kick deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a nasty split. That ball dove straight down and retires the side. 2 strikeouts for Yamamoto, but the Mets get even. Vientos delivering a run on a home run. And at the end of 1, it's the Dodgers 1. The Mets 1 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Go inside the mind of the ultimate country boy.
Hey y'all, it's Luke Bryan. I'm bringing you Country Boy Radio, my very own channel, celebrating my new album, Mind of a Country Boy. A little more country on. Guys and girls, you're going to hear all the tracks from my new album, my stories from making the record, and some of my friends are coming up.
Luke Bryan's Country Boy Radio.
Love you, miss you, mean it, baby.
Now for a limited time on Channel 79 and the SiriusXM app.
That was an all-time classic.
Adam Shine brings his unique perspective and passionate sports talk to Mad Dog Sports Radio.
That game led the league in holy cow wow moments.
The biggest and hottest names across Major League Baseball.
Star shortstop for the Kansas City Royals, Bobby Witt Jr.
It's great to kind of build the new culture here in Kansas City.
Shine on Sports, weekdays 9 Eastern. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
What is happening in Cleveland is sponsored by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. Well, the Yankees trailing 3-1 late. Got a 2-run game-tying homer from Aaron Judge, and then Giancarlo Stanton immediately followed with a home run as they went back-to-back in the top of the 8th inning. And so the Yankees have a 4-3 lead in the top of the 9th inning. If they hold on, they will go up 3-0 in the American League Championship Series. And those home runs came against Emmanuel Clase. And that's noteworthy.
Doesn't happen very often.
Nope.
You can give up one, but back-to-back, that really doesn't happen.
Well, here's a guy who suddenly turns into a power threat during the postseason. Enrique Hernandez, who hit a home run last night, going 2 for 5. Second home run of the postseason. Right-hand batter. And the first pitch by Jose Quintana is taken on the outside corner. A sinker for a called strike, 0-1. Hernandez has hit 15 home runs in 200 postseason at-bats. Here's the 0-1. That's driven in the air to right center field. That's pretty deep. Hustling over Marte with a play, and he makes the running catch. One man away. 0-0, and it leaves the bat of Enrique Hernandez. 15 homers and now 201 plate appearances. So that's one home run every 13.3 plate appearances or at-bats in the postseason. His regular season average is a home run every 29.1 at-bats. Big difference. He loves this time of year. Here is Max Muncy playing first base tonight in place of Freddie Freeman. Left-hand batter. The first pitch by Quintana, a fastball outside, ball 1. Muncy played a lot more first base early in his career when he came up with the Oakland A's. And he has played all over the place. 1-0 the count. Now the pitch. Taken outside, a breaking ball. And the count 2-0. Muncy's played right field, left field. First base tonight, something he's not done much recently. Second base, third base. 2-0 on the way. Taken to the knees, a called strike, a changeup, 2-0 changeup. And Quintana gets it over. It's 2-1. But he's had several seasons of 30-plus home runs. Basically a steal from the Oakland A's. He, too, missed a lot of time with injury this year. 2-1 on the way. Check swing. Foul ball off the knob of his bat. Ball rolls over towards the third base dugout. And the count 2-2. So the fans come to their feet, totally reinvigorated by that home run from Vientos. They were quieted immediately when Ohtani hit the second pitch out of the yard. Here's the 2-2 to Muncy. Swing and a dribbler foul off to the left. He just got a piece of a big slow, what Quintana calls his slurve. And it's 2-2 with Will Smith, right-hand hitting catcher, waiting on deck. Vientos at third, a mile off the line with Muncy, a left-hand batter. Quintana straddles the pitching rubber. Right leg kick. Here's the 2-2. Fastball evidently outside, 3-2.
A little bit off from that center field camera. Nick Lentz is usually pretty strict about that strike zone. Doesn't give too much to any part of the plate. And this was definitely a ball or two off.
So 3-2 on Max Muncy. Outfield straight away. Here's the payoff pitch. And it's low. Ball 4. Muncy works out the walk. And that is something that the Mets just can't afford to do as much as they've been doing lately. They have walked now 23 batters in 27 1/3 innings in this National League Championship Series.
Max Muncy's been on in 9 straight plate appearances now with that walk, so they can't get him out either.
But, I mean, that's insane. The Mets have walked more batters than any staff in the National League this year. We've told you that most of the season as that's unfolded. Will Smith, the batter, he takes a called strike, a changeup on the outside edge. It's 0-1. But you just can't walk as many as they've walked this postseason and be expected to go very far, although they have gone far. But in this National League Championship Series, they've taken it to an extreme. 0-1 now the pitch. Swinging a foul straight back out of play. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Last night, Mets pitchers walked 7 more Dodger batters after walking 8 in Game 2 and 6 in Game 1. It just can't survive that way. 0-2 to Smith. Viento's deep at third, not too far off the line. Outfield around towards right. The 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball chopped back to the mound. Quintana's got it, fires to second. 1. Iglesias to first, a low throw. Alonso catches it, stays on the bag. Double play, side retired. If it survives a potential Dodger challenge.
Dave Roberts went down the steps of the dugout, and he pops right back up and says the Dodgers will challenge this. And as the umpires get together, we just saw a replay of first base. It looked like Will Smith beats this ball out before it gets to Alonso's glove at first base. Actually, by a lot. That was a pretty bad missed call now that we see it in slow motion, I guess, for David Rackley at first base.
Well, there's really 2 things that you would think they'd look out there right off the top.
Los Angeles is challenging the out call, safe call at first base.
You would think, obviously, that Smith might have beaten it, but along with that, was Alonso able to stay on the bag? It looked like he did. Pete's done that a couple of times in this series, making a nice play on a throw and then staying on the bag as he did for a big double play in Los Angeles. But here, I don't think there's any question Will Smith is going to be safe.
Yeah, just the ball never got there, and it bounces. By the time the ball hits the dirt, Smith's foot's basically on the bag, and then the ball goes into Alonso's glove. So he's most definitely safe at first. Just have to wait for the confirmation of that.
After review, the call on the field is overturned. The runner is safe. Los Angeles will retain their challenge.
That's why we have challenges and replay reviews, because, look at that. That was a pretty big miss. You don't see that from the umpiring crew these days.
Well, the 1986 Houston Astros think they were robbed on a call by umpire by the name of Fred Brocklander at first base in a game the Mets would go on to win 2-1 in extra innings. Things might have gone differently if there were replay then. Here's Andy Pages, right-hand batter. Quintana with a long set. Now the pitch. And it's taken low outside, a changeup, 1 ball and no strikes. Quintana did strike out Edman to end the top of the first. It was the first Mets strikeout of the game. Sponsored by Berkeley College. Take a swing at your future with one of their certificate or degree programs. 1-0 to Pages. Quintana deals. Swing on a pop foul straight back out of play. 1-1. Learn more at berkeleycollege.edu. So it's the Dodgers 1, the Mets 1. 2 out. Here in the top of the second inning. Will Smith, the runner at first. Not a guy you'd expect to be going anywhere. Only stole 1 base during the regular season. 1-1 the count. Quintana delivers. Breaking ball is low. Ball 2. Chris Taylor, the second baseman tonight, is waiting on deck. Different looking lineup with a lefty Quintana out there tonight as opposed to Severino last night. Still no official word on who starts tomorrow. That's going to depend on how this turns out. 2-1 to Pages. Swing on a roller to short, waiting on it. Lindor, he's got it. Shovels to second for the force play. Side retired. No runs, no hits, a walk, 1 left, middle of the second. The Dodgers 1, the Mets 1 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
Let's go Mets!
Discover the excitement at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Come play 1,000 slot machines and electronic table games. Enjoy on-site entertainment, cocktails, and dining. In October, we're giving away $125,000 during Wicked Wednesdays. One winner every hour from 3 to 7 p.m. will spin for their chance at $5,000. 1 point equals 1 entry. Jake's 58, where Long Island wins. If gambling is a problem for you or someone, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 8778 open or text NY.
He's sold more comedy albums than anyone in history. Weird Al Yankovic. The Bigger and Weirder 2025 tour. Playing his biggest hits in his biggest show ever. Weird Al Yankovic with special guest Puddle's Pity Party. Saturday, July 12th at Madison Square Garden. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Get all the info at WeirdAl.com.
Diving for that grounder got you grounded? Oof. We've got specialists for that. Coaching Little League leave you in big league pain?
What's up, baseball fans? The series is shifted. The NLCS is being played at Citi Field, and the Mets have home field advantage hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers. Please take a second to hit that like button down below so we can get more fans of your team here chatting it up, having a good time, cheering them on. Now, as well, you can share this link out. Please click that little arrow with the share and put it out on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, anywhere. Let's get more baseball fans here in the chat hanging out at the best place to watch the NLCS right here on YouTube at Toronto Sports Insider. Now, enough of that. Let's get back to the baseball. Cheers to all of you. Good luck to your team.
A league of their own. So go to peerlessboilers.com for more info. And remember, Peerless Boilers are the world's best built boilers. Well, each team with a solo home run in the first inning. Ohtani to start. And then Vientos, the second batter for the Mets. And that's where we're at, 1-1. And before we start the bottom of the second, we'll pause for station identification.
You're listening to the National League Championship Series on SiriusXM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89.
Howie Rose, Keith Radd, with you at a jam-packed Citi Field for Game 4 of the 2024 National League Championship Series, where the Mets needing to win to even it up and guarantee a return trip to Los Angeles. Starling Marte, right-hand batter, leads off, and the first pitch by Yamamoto is taken on the inside corner, a cutter, and the count 0-1. Kike Hernandez, the third baseman, even with a bag. Marte will drop a bunt down every now and then. And now Hernandez starts backpedaling as Yamamoto deals the 0-1. And so Marte shows bunt, runs up, pulls it back. And I don't think it hit his bat. He simply got back in time, and it's a ball. And the count 1-1 strike to Marte.
And Kike Hernandez back in line with the bag at third. Not sure what's going to happen next.
Well, now he's backpedaling again. And now he comes back up even. The 1-1 pitch, big swing, and a foul back to the screen. And the count 1-2. So a cat and mouse game between the batter and the third baseman. But you would not expect Marte to even be thinking about the bunt here behind in the count 1-2. So Hernandez feels safe to be playing deep now. So the 1-2 pitch coming. And a breaking ball is low. He missed with a slider. It's 2-2. And Yamamoto, like a lot of the Japanese-born pitchers, has a wide array of pitches. The split is his specialty, particularly against the left-handers. But here's the 2-2 to Marte. Swing and a miss, strike three. Went with a split to the right-hand batter and punched him out. And that's 3 straight strikeouts for Yamamoto. One away, and J.D. Martinez coming up. And the Mets, no fault of their own, actually struck out themselves on Yamamoto over the offseason. They were right there. And it came to light after the fact that it seemed as though Yamamoto used the Mets and Yankees. Here's J.D. Martinez, swings and misses at a curveball down and away. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. It kind of came out later on that Yamamoto, who had been a Dodger fan, the Dodgers had a history of Japanese-born pitchers going back to Hideo Nomo. The 0-1 fastball, that's in for a called strike. 0-2 to Martinez. So Mets owners Steve and Alex Cohen had Yamamoto and Manager Carlos Mendoza over to their house in Connecticut. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three. He gets the struggling J.D. Martinez with a slider away, and the fans letting Martinez hear about it. 2 out. 4 straight strikeouts now for Yamamoto. And Jose Iglesias coming up. So, anyway, kind of off the cuff and innocently today in a meeting we had with Mets manager Carlos Mendoza. I think it was Mike Puma, one of the beat writers, asked Carlos a question. His first pitch to Iglesias, swing and a miss, a good-looking curve, 0-1. He said, well, what's the memory you have of the dinner you had with Yamamoto? And Carlos said, being at Steve Cohen's house. It's quite the compound. The 0-1 to Iglesias, a fastball in for a called strike, 0-2. And, Steve basically shrugged his shoulders afterwards and said, what are you going to do? We gave it our best shot. The offer was identical pretty much to the one the Dodgers gave him. And the 0-2 pulled on the ground foul off the facing of the third base dugout. 12 years, $325 million. Imagine choosing between both coasts for the same dollars.
I don't know. David Stearns and Steve, they went over to Japan, too, to really try and grab him. So they pulled out all the stops.
0-2 to Iglesias. Now the pitch. Check swing. A foul ball going into the Mets dugout on the first base side. That's a fastball riding in on his hands, too. Might have fouled that off as much in self-defense as anything. 1-1 game. 2 out, nobody on last of the second. Yamamoto's 0-2 to Iglesias. Swing on a ground ball left side, base hit. Going into left field. And then as the third baseman started to make a move for it, I think he either slipped or slid down intentionally to a knee, but the ball was well beyond his reach. And on at first with the second Mets hit of the game is Jose Iglesias, and that will bring up Harrison Bader.
And there's a look where it's righty on righty, whereas there's a situation where Jeff McNeil could maybe play tonight as the lefty against the righty Yamamoto, but that splitter. That's the pitch Iglesias just hit. Righties are hitting 80 points higher on the split than lefties. That's why the righties are in there tonight.
So here is Harrison Bader. He hasn't played much because his bat went quiet. First pitch taken low outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Bader was pretty valuable to this club offensively the first 4 months of the season, but he is 11 for his last 93. However, 3 for 3 in L.A. in April against Yamamoto, and that factors into his start tonight. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball right down the middle. A called strike, 1-1. So Bader 1 for 7 in the postseason. Hit .236 on the year with 12 homers and 51 runs batted in. Still an elite defender in center. Iglesias not a lead at first at all. And the 1-1 fastball in for a called strike is 1-2. Iglesias just a stride or two off the bag as Yamamoto is getting set to deliver there. Antoine Richardson, the first base coach, leans in. We'll see that he encourages Jose to spread it out a little bit. Not much. 1-2 now the pitch. Low with a fastball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The injury that kept Yamamoto out for half the season was a strained rotator cuff. From the beginning, the Dodgers said publicly they weren't terribly concerned. Don't believe that. Not when it comes to a shoulder and $325 million. 2-2 now the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a slider, and that retires the side. 5 strikeouts for Yamamoto. No runs a hit, 1 left. And at the end of 2, the Dodgers won, the Mets won on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
The new basketball season is around the corner, and SiriusXM NBA Radio is getting you ready by talking to the biggest stars in the game.
Joined now by Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I want to be able to have a shot at winning it all.
Every weeknight until the season starts. Hear a different team's preview show.
We've got Kevin Durant sitting down with us.
Championship is always a goal.
NBA Radio season preview shows. Only on NBA Radio, Channel 86. And for any interviews or previews you missed, hear them on the SiriusXM.
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We're in the NLCS. Yes, it's a commercial break during the baseball game, so don't worry. we'll be right back to the baseball action. Now, before we do that, please take a minute to hit that subscribe button and help us grow this awesome sports community. We are almost at 50,000. Please help us get there by hitting that subscribe button and turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single baseball playoff game, every single Toronto Maple Leafs hockey game, Raptors games, as well as the CFL playoffs coming up. Make sure you're here, hanging out with us on Toronto Sports Insider. Now, thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Let's get back to the baseball. What a game we've got tonight. Cheers, everybody.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the SiriusXM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the SiriusXM app and search Mets.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Well, we go to the third inning. Solo home runs by Shohei Ohtani and Mark Vientos have Game 4 of this National League Championship Series evened up at 1 apiece. Evening it up is the Mets' mandate for tonight, and they will not announce their starting pitcher for tomorrow until tonight's game is over with, and a lot of that has to do with how the Mets utilize their bullpen. If they stay away and are able to stay away from David Peterson in this game, then I would say there's a good chance that Peterson might just get the start. Shohei Ohtani, his countryman Kodai Senga is clearly in the mix. I don't know if they run Senga out to start, go with a 40-45 pitch, 3 inning or so limit, or just give it to Peterson. It's a lot of stuff that's on the table that will be crystallized after this game, Keith.
Yeah, for now it is 1-1 in the top of the third. Chris Taylor leading off. He's batting ninth tonight for the Dodgers. First pitch, lefty to righty. Swing a ground ball foul, pulled down third, and the count 0-1. And the reason why it's such a big topic of conversation is because, the Mets with their lefties, you actually turn around and you have a lot of lefties as starting rotation, and that forces a lot of the opposition to change up what they do best. And lefties against the Dodgers could be advantage Mets. The lefty Quintana deals the 0-1. It's fouled into the mid of the catcher Alvarez. A fastball in. And it's 0-2. Of course, what Sean Manaea did in Game 2 is a great example of that. And Quintana hoping to continue being a tough lefty against this lineup. He has Taylor 0-2. Winds and deals. Missed outside a changeup. It's a ball and 2 strikes. So Taylor getting a start. A little rare these days for Chris Taylor, who a couple of years ago, in fact now 7 years ago, was the NLCS MVP in 2017. 1-2. Just missed outside again, this time with a sinker. And it's now 2-2. Taylor has played 6 postseason games, but mostly coming on late as a defensive replacement. He is 0 for 5 in the postseason. Quintana leans back, the 2-2. Popped up foul first base side and into the seats. And again, this is what facing a lefty does to a team like the Dodgers, for instance. Instead of having Freddie Freeman in there, with a normal, healthy Freddie Freeman will hit a lefty or a righty, but Freddie Freeman sitting, Gavin Lux sitting, so in his stead, the righty Chris Taylor, just a little bit of a weaker hitter. And now Alvarez has to fly out of his crouch and head out to the mound because I think the clock was about to wind down to 0.
Alvarez has that down to a science.
Eyes in the back of his head, multiple eyes on his head, keeping tabs on Jose Quintana. Another reason why, with the struggles of Alvarez at home plate, he is batting ninth. He is the catcher. It's not just about hitting, but handling the pitching staff. And that is not just on a whole, but guy by guy. Quintana sometimes has let the clock run down to 0. That's not the first time we've seen Alvarez rescue him. So Quintana ready. Here's the 2-2 to Taylor. Swinging a line drive right field. Marte back couple of steps. Lines it up, makes the catch. 1 away. So first time through the order for Quintana. Made the one mistake. It was a bad mistake to Shohei Ohtani, who hit it 422 feet for a solo shot. That was it. A walk, but no other runs, no other hits. 1-1 game, top 3. Here is Ohtani, round 2. Go back to last night. He's homered in back-to-back at-bats. First pitch, way outside with a sinker for ball 1.
Keith, maybe you'll agree with this, but I think a lot of the booing of Ohtani is not as much of Ohtani himself, as it is all the attention that he's being given by the national TV outlets who are doing the games.
1-0, it's off the plate. 2 balls and no strikes.
There's a feeling that they've gone way overboard in promoting this guy as the centerpiece. I mean, he's the best hitter in the game. That's not the issue. They just think that he's been kind of overexposed.
Kick in the 2-0. Outside again. 3 balls and no strikes. Everything away here to Ohtani. Well, in the ballpark, a lot of people have their phones out downstairs, focused in on home plate, even though it might be a little bit of a grainy video. Here's the 3-0, and it's low, ball 4. So Quintana just decides to put him on for free. I'll tell you what, that's something that we've seen the Mets do specifically against the Dodgers this year. Go back to April when the Mets took 2 out of 3 from L.A. There were times they would just simply work around Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman and force the other part of the lineup to beat them, and it worked out for a little while, but he can only do that for so much. So a second walk for Quintana, and here's Mookie Betts in a tie game. Lefty deals. First pitch, fastball, strike inside corner, 0-1.
Remember now, Alvarez threw out Ohtani trying to steal in the second inning of Game 1, and Ohtani stole 59 bases this year to go along with his 54 home runs.
It was the first time he was thrown out since July. Small lead from first. Quintana staring down at home plate. Kicks and fires home. And Betts, it's a ground ball to the left side. A base hit between Lindor and Vientos. Going into left field. Nimmo picks it up. Fires in. Ohtani to second. And Betts on with a base hit. So Mookie Betts singles. And that sets up 2 on and 1 out for Teoscar Hernandez. But Betts scuffling a little bit at times, even though every once in a while he'll pull out a home run. Betts walking into tonight's game just 2 for 12 in the series, and now 1 for 2 tonight. And this crowd trying to get behind Quintana knows that this is tough traffic time for Jose, where he has to work around Teoscar Hernandez and Tommy Edman without giving him too juicy of a pitch to hit. Hernandez, that held hitless in the series, 0 for 12, stands in for the right side. Mets 1, Dodgers 1, top 3. Quintana set. Runners at first and second. A long hold, now the pitch. Missed away with a changeup with ball 1. Scoreboard update brought to you by the New York Lottery. Play the new scratch-off games for your chance to win. Gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. The Yankees and the Guardians are now tied into extras in Cleveland. Quintana from the belt, surveying the runners, fires home. Missed low again, looking for the knees. 2 balls and no strikes. Well, I mentioned that Howie said that Aaron Judge had homered, that Giancarlo Stanton gave the Yankees the lead. Well, they had a 5-3 lead going to the bottom of the 9th, and the Guardians rallied off of Luke Weaver. 2 on, 1 out, 1-1 game. Quintana set, the 2-0 to Hernandez. Strike on the outside corner, a little bit of a delayed call by Nick Lentz. I tell you, looking at the center field camera view of that pitch was outside. Lentz gave Quintana the call, and Quintana had been throwing to that area, little by little working at it, chipping away at the umpire, gets a big call. A spin and a throw to second base, so Ohtani dives in safely. Iglesias tried to sneak in from behind and put the tag down, but Ohtani dove in hand first. So that's 1 disengagement for Quintana. And again, working the edges is something that Quintana needs to be able to do. He needs some help. He's admitted that. He needs the umpire to give him a call every now and then, because he nibbles sometimes. 2 on, 1 out. The 2-1. Hernandez flails and misses at a sinker. 2-2. Pitch down in the zone. And now Quintana from 2-0 to 2-2. By the way, it was John Kenzie Noel who hit a 2-run homer for Cleveland to tie that game for the Guardians. Here in tie game at Citi Field, Mets 1, Dodgers 1. 1 out, 2 on. 2-2 to Hernandez. Got him, swinging, change up away. 2 down in the 3rd. Soft floating change. Hernandez looking for the hard stuff, got the soft stuff. And here's Tommy Edman. Now we're coming to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So Edman in the cleanup spot here. Dave Roberts says, we love it, keep it up. Struck out his first time. Quintana from the belt, looks at second. Now fires home. Misses high and in with a heater. It's a ball and no strikes. So first and second for L.A. The walk to Ohtani on 4 pitches. Betts is at first base behind Ohtani. He's singled off Quintana. Infielders are back. Outfield a touch toward right against Edmonds, switch hitter batting right. Quintana's 1-0. This is in. That's 2 balls and no strikes. And these two guys were teammates for just a couple of weeks at the end of the 22 season. Tommy Edman, a Cardinal. Jose Quintana was a hired mercenary in 22. Picked up at the deadline by the Cardinals from Pittsburgh to help them get to the postseason. He was great that year. The 2-0 to Edman. Swinging a line drive, left center field toward Nimmo. He can't get to it. It drops in for a hit. Ohtani is in. Betts gets to third. And on at second, Tommy Edman. He's done it again. 2-1 Dodgers. Tommy Edman has been on another planet out of nowhere in this series. An RBI double to put the Dodgers back in front. He is 6 for 12 in this series against the Mets.
Postseason baseball is filled with Tommy Edmonds. And he's been quite a story here. A guy who had wrist surgery last year, was slow recovering from it, got back late this year, then sprained his ankle, only played in 37 games. He's been one of the stars of this series so far.
Dave Roberts hit him clean up, and it works. 2 on now for Kike Hernandez. Lefty to righty. Quintana a deep breath and the pitch. In there for a strike. Check swing 2 from Hernandez, but it was right down the middle no matter. On the count 0-1 on Kike with Edman at second and Betts at third. That was a perfect liner right between Bader and Nimmo in left center field. Infield is back. Quintana set. A look at home, the 0-1. Down and out with a changeup. It's a ball and a strike. So Edmonds been going crazy here in this championship series. Kike Hernandez, another home run in the playoffs. That was last night. That was probably the biggest swing of the game. Again, you look at the score, 8-0 Dodgers, but it was where that home run happened, which is why it was so significant. Made a 2-0 game a 4-0 game. 2-1 LA, top 3, 1-1. Missed outside a curveball. 2 balls and a strike. Again, to get to that point again with Quintana, you can kind of feel it. Every single pitch is just a little bit outside here, just a little bit inside there. This Dodgers team does not like to chase at all. Makes it so hard to pitch to. 2 on, 2 out. The 2-1 to Hernandez. Low with a sinker. Another close one. Ball 3.
That was down, though.
It almost gives you that sense that, again, I'm not going to sit here and point fingers, but do the Dodgers know what's coming? It almost seems like that, how well they guard the strike zone. Runners lead second and third. 2 outs, 3-1. Here's the pitch. Hernandez's ground ball, shortstop hold, diving, knockdown by Lindor. Rolls off his glove into left. Betts comes in to score. Edman goes to third. Hernandez safe at first. 3-1 Los Angeles. On a play to Lindor's right that he dove, it hit off his glove and rolled away. He had no play. So you give Kike Hernandez another RBI and a single out of this. And here comes Jeremy Hefner.
And complicating this situation for the Mets, the possibility that they're going to have to get the bullpen up pretty soon, if not right away. It is the 3rd inning. Quintana's at 53 pitches, which is high but not exorbitantly so. But again, there's some uncertainty about how they're going to handle their pitching tomorrow. And if they've got to dip into that bullpen early tonight, particularly if it involves David Peterson, then it really compromises some of the flexibility they would like to have going into Game 5.
Now, if you get to a point where it's 3-1 Dodgers in the series and you go tomorrow, it's going to be everybody that's available pitching for the Mets. You'd love to save Peterson for that spot just because he is left-handed. And now Quintana, after the entire infield Mets, so did again pitching coach Jeremy Hefner. He's got to get through Max Muncy, who has not been retired since his first at-bat of Game 2. He has been on in 9 straight plate appearances. He walked his last time. Runners at the corners, 2 out, 3-1 Dodgers, top 3. Pitch. Strike at the knees, outside corner. Quintana gets ahead. So Alonso's holding Hernandez. Kike Hernandez at first. Iglesias is deep at second. Lindor up the middle. Vientos guarding the line at third. So big hole open up on the left side. Edman leads from third. Quintana deals left on left. missed away with a sinker. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I think that's Jose Buto getting ready in the Mets bullpen. They do have a right-hander up.
55 pitches for Quintana. Not through 3 yet. Certainly behind schedule with all these pitches. Having to be very careful to every single one of them. The 1-1 in the dirt. Nice stop by Alvarez on a changeup. Hernandez at first thought about it, but held up. And it's 2 balls and a strike.
It is Buto getting ready.
Now, Weird Al Yankovic, bigger and weirder 2025 tour, playing his biggest hits, his biggest show ever. Come to Madison Square Garden Saturday, July 12th. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. I'm sure Madge knows exactly where we'll be next July 12th. Right here, right now, it is 3-1 LA. A kick and a throw to first. Kike Hernandez back in on his feet. This feels a little bit like last night in the sense that Luis Severino threw 4 2/3 through a whopping 95 pitches. Quintana at 56 through 2 2/3. Runners lead at first and third. Quintana's 2-1. Outside ball 3. And again, it's not by much. So much different facing the Dodgers than the Phillies. The Phillies swung at everything. Really, the Mets would just bounce the ball in the dirt and Trey Turner would flail at it. That's kind of the way it went. And it almost felt easy to pitch to them. Now these guys, the Dodgers, the strike zone is the size of a quarter. That's what it feels like. And so Quintana falls behind again on a very good hitter, Muncy, having to come in now. 3-1. Off the plate, ball 4. Another close one, but off. And Muncy still has not been retired in a dog's age. 10 straight plate appearances that he's reached. He's at first. Kike Hernandez is second. Tommy Edmonds stays at third. They are loaded now for Will Smith.
Yeah, right-hand hitter who's been struggling but has power. And Buto probably is not ready yet. It takes him a while to warm up. He's been up for a while, but not long enough, apparently.
Bases loaded. 3-1 LA. First pitch. Downstairs. Ball 1. And now that ratio of 31 strikes, 28 balls, about 1-1. Not great. Quintana has already walked 3. Walks have killed the Mets this season and this series. The 1-0. Up and in. 2-0. And that was a really good looking pitch. Called a ball. Quintana even turned his throwing hand, his palm upward. Where's that missing? Asking Nick Lentz. Another good high leverage count for a Dodger hitter.
And a dangerous pitch here on 2-0.
Nowhere to put him. Exactly. 2-0 pitch. Steered over the outside corner, a strike. It's 2-1. And this crowd with a sarcastic cheer for the strike zone. That's just 1 for Quintana. He's thrown a lot of pitches in the inning. Smith, the 7th batter of this 3rd inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 3-1 Dodgers. 2-1 pitch. Fouled off the mask of the umpire. And it's 2-2. And Quintana now bringing the crowd to its feet. Had the crowd at its feet for a moment when he struck out Teoscar Hernandez for the 2nd out. Since that point, double, single walk. Trying to get out of this mess right here. Bases loaded, 2 outs. 3-1 Dodgers. 2-2 to Smith. Low. Slurve in the dirt. And the count now full on Smith. They do not go chasing. It sounds like a broken record, but think about what's going on through the heads of these Mets pitchers. What do I throw next? That's not right down the middle. Bases juiced. The 3-2 pitch. Line foul down the first base side into the netting. And it stays full.
Indians have beaten the Yankees, by the way, 7-5. The Indians, the Guardians, sorry.
Well, whoever's playing for Cleveland, they are, you see now on one of our monitors in the booth next door, jumping for joy. David Fry, 2-run homer. He's the guy that hit that home run against Detroit in Game 4. Forced to Game 5. 3-2 on Smith. 3-1 Dodgers. 3rd inning. Bases loaded. Quintana with towels waving around him here at Citi Field. Fires the payoff, and he popped him up. Foul ground, first base side. Alvarez over. Here comes Alonso. Alvarez makes the catch on the on-deck circle by the first base dugout, and the inning is over. But 8 batters come to the plate against Jose Quintana. 2-run score. It is 3-1 Los Angeles in Game 4. We go to the bottom of the third inning at Citi Field, next on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window and Doors, one of New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen windows and doors. Visit Brooklyn Window and Doors award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line, including the 400, 100, A, and E Series. Andersen, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window and Door at their new location, 185 30th Street in Brooklyn, or call 718-WINDOWS.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Cork-popping wows, time to dine wows, Pine Barren wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
The family of Casamigos tequilas, Añejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and introducing the new Casamigas Jalapeno. Casamigos tequila, brought to you by those who drink it. Remind you to enjoy today's game responsibly.
Pet emergencies can happen at any time. That's why Veg, ER for Pets, is open 24 hours a day, including weekends and holidays. Veg has revolutionized the ER experience for pets and their owners. Not only do you see an emergency veterinarian right away, but there's no more waiting and worrying in a lobby. You get to stay with your pet the entire time. Veg treats all kinds of pets, dogs, cats, reptiles, and exotics. Go to veg.com to find the Veg ER for Pets nearest you. That's VEG.com.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip by drip.
Want to save money on your home heating oil this season? Call Sloman's at 866-OIL-DEAL. You can save hundreds. Just call 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL.
Now get ready for what happens next. Visit MLB.com/tickets to explore 2025 ticket options today. Well, bottom of the third inning at Citi Field. The Dodgers are back in front. A 3-1 lead for Los Angeles. And so the Mets here in Game 4 are chasing 2. They're also chasing an even split of this series. Right now it is the Dodgers ahead 2-1. So another lead for LA's Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Will face Alvarez and then the top with Lindor and Vientos. A game that began second pitch with a Shohei Ohtani home run, top 1. Then Mark Vientos tied it in the bottom of the first. So the Dodgers have regained the lead. Can the Mets answer right back like they did 2 innings ago? Yamamoto leans back, very slow wind up. First pitch, chop foul behind home plate. It's 0-1. Now Francisco Alvarez been struggling, that's no secret. 5 for 35 in the playoffs, just 1 for 9 with a ton of strikeouts in this series. He was 0 for 3 last night. Took strike 3 times. Here's the 0-1. Missed outside a curve. Bounces up there. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. But credit young 22-year-old Francisco Alvarez not only for getting up to the podium today to talk to reporters, but doing it 95% in English. Pretty amazing how he handled that today. The 1-1. Bouncing ball right side, a base hit going into right field. Well, he talked about being on time for the fastball. He got 96 on the outside corner, and he was on time enough to hit it through the right side and set the table now at the bottom of the order for the top. And now the tying run, Francisco Lindor. And just knowing Francisco Alvarez, never one to be shy of the moment, of taking ownership too. And at 19 years old when he was at High A in Brooklyn 2021, he wanted to learn, just talk to me in English. I want to do everything in English. And today it was pretty impressive seeing him up there answering questions about his struggles in English. Lindor batting left, pitch. Breaking ball missed inside, ball 1.
And he also talked about how Starling Marte, his teammate, who generally doesn't say a whole lot, kind of went over to Alvarez and had a conversation with him to try to keep his head on straight and get him back on track. Really appreciated that.
Yamamoto's 1-0. Lindor hits it hard up the middle. Base hit going into center. Alvarez gets to second, stops there as Pages fires in. Here come the Mets. Lindor a single, he's at first. Alvarez to second, nobody out. And the guy who hit a home run his last time, Mark Vientos, coming up.
Well, when Jose Quintana was able to get Will Smith to foul out to Alvarez, leaving the bases loaded to end the top of this inning, that gave the Mets a chance to reset mentally. Could have been a lot worse. They're only down 2, and those tying runs are aboard.
So here are the Mets doing what they've done all postseason, losing the lead. Dodgers are up 3-1. Well, they have 2 on now and nobody out. Places rocking for Vientos. Yamamoto from the stretch. Kicks and deals. Fouled off at home plate. Big rip at a breaking ball. It's 0-1. And after the home run that Vientos hit, Yamamoto switched gears. He went into crazy strikeout mode. Struck out 5 of the next 6 and barely threw a fastball in the meantime. Because Vientos took his fastball deep in the first inning. The 0-1. Chop weekly third baseline foul. A little trickler. Kike Hernandez over to pick it up, and it's 0-2 on Vientos. Well, Creed has got some special guests 3 doors down in Mammoth WVH. Friday, November 29th, MSG. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
I could have had a VH.
I'm sure you were arms wide open for that one, Howie.
Yeah, very nice.
2 on, nobody out, and Vientos calls for time. Pete Alonso on deck. Nimmo to follow here against Yamamoto, who's had 40 pitches, and pretty amazingly, he's thrown 31 strikes, just 9 balls. Been doing everything right up until this inning. Alvarez at second, Lindor at first. Yamamoto holds. 0-2. Fouled back. Slider in on his hands. Vientos fought it off. So Vientos is now looking at 4 postseason homers, 12 RBIs in 11 games. And again, there's still more games of this series, and who knows how many more if the Mets can get to the next series. But he's tied a Mets record for most RBIs in a postseason with 12. Curtis Granderson and John Olerud. And now Yamamoto steps off. Granderson did it in the 2015 run to the World Series. The Mets lost to Kansas City, and then Olerud did it in '99. 25 years ago, that 1999 run for the Mets. Vientos looking for another big swing. 0-2 in the dirt, breaking ball. Ball and 2 strikes on Vientos. Now, part of that 1999 run was Robin Ventura's Grand Slam single 25 years ago today. And, of course, Robin is here tonight. So is Fonzie, Edgardo Alfonso. Robin threw out the first pitch to Fonzie before the game. 2 on, nobody out. 3-1 Dodgers, bottom 3. Yamamoto's 1-2. Swing and a miss at a slider, swiping down and away. And Vientos strikes out. Again, hard pressed to see Yamamoto, who, as Howie mentioned, throws so many different pitches, 7 of them, to relent and throw Vientos a fastball. Vientos took the Yamamoto heater to the bullpen in right center, and this time the strikeout puts him away. So now up to Alonso. 2 on, 1 out, 3-1 LA, bottom 3. Righty to righty pitch. Outside with 93, the cutter. And it's 1-0. Now Pete in this series has struggled a little bit. He's 1 for 12. Struck out his first time on the Yamamoto slider. Runners lead first and second. Infield back, pitch. A little bit high with a slider. 2 balls and no strikes. Alvarez at second. Lindor at first. And now Yamamoto's pitch count climbing a bit. You can tell he's being uber careful with what he's coming out with next. Good count here, though, for Alonso. Mets down 2. Yamamoto set. Leans back, pitch. In the dirt, 3-0. Again, should Alonso reach? Brandon Nimmo is on deck. Behind him, Starling Marte with just 1 out in this bottom of the 3rd inning. Yamamoto, by the way, last 2 starts didn't get past 63 pitches. He's at 46 right now. Mets would love an early exit. They're down 3-1. Yamamoto set. Runners lead. 3-0 pitch. He was swinging and a half swing at a cutter. Swung on and missed for strike 1. Pete caught in between. That pitch looked down and away.
It was absolutely out of the strike zone.
So Yamamoto gets a big strike. Now 3-1 on Pete. Runners lead. Yamamoto set. Pitch. Little cue shot up the first baseline, but foul, rolling to the grass near the postseason logo. Painted into the grass, and it's 3-2 on Alonso. A little bit surprised that Pete gave himself the green light. He is definitely the type of hitter that Carlos Mendoza lets him pull the trigger, but it was surprising to see Alonso. If you're going to swing 3-0, you're going to swing out of your shoes on 3-0. And it was a half-hearted swing where he knew he was full. You don't usually see that on a 3-0 swing. And now Pete takes his time, pulls his helmet off, blows out some snot from his nose, pops his helmet right back on his head. Mets chasing 2, 3-1 Dodgers. 2 on, 1 out. Nimmo on deck. Payoff pitch coming to Pete. Yamamoto set center of the rubber. The righty deals. Outside, he walked him. Missed with a slider. Alonso not going to chase that time, and the bases are loaded for Brandon Nimmo. And here comes Mark Pryor with the Japanese translator. And the entire Dodger infield comes together on the mound. So the Mets hunting Yamamoto right here. Crowd getting loud at Citi Field under night skies. Go back to last night. Again, you have to see how that game unfolded to see that 8-0 game really was different than the final score. The Mets had chance after chance after chance early in the game. And that was when the Dodgers were up 2-0. They left the bases loaded in the second, had runners on in the first, second, and third. And by the time they didn't cash in, the Dodgers did late in the game, and that's how they ran away with it. But it wasn't as if the Mets were totally shut down all game. They just had moments like this where they'd get runners on and wouldn't come up with a big hit. So the meeting on the mound is over, and here's Nimmo, who struck out his first time. Brandon in the series just 1 for 11. He's got his playoff beard growing, but also some growing pain in that foot, dealing with plantar fasciitis. He's been hobbled doing some running in the outfield. It says it doesn't affect him when he swings. Trying to put together a big swing for the Mets here. 3-1 Dodgers, bottom 3. Bases loaded, 1 out. Yamamoto ready. First pitch to Nimmo. Downstairs with a splitter. He missed with ball 1. That was the splitter that Nimmo struck out on his last time. This time Wise is up and takes low. Alvarez at third, Lindor at second, Alonso at first. Infield back and around to the right. Yamamoto ready under his chin. The righty's 1-0 pitch. Fouled back behind home plate. 96 on the outside corner, and it's 1-1. Yamamoto's pitch count climbing. Again, no moral victories. But even if you get through Yamamoto, you knock him out early. Well, the Dodgers are up, so they go to their high leverage guys out of the pen. Big chance to pounce here for the Mets, down 2. 1 out, 1-1. Yamamoto fires. Check swing foul going to the second deck behind home plate. Basically just redirected off Nimmo's bat and went into the crowd. That sometimes works when you're standing in front of the goalie on the ice, but not right here. That was the fastball down the middle. Alonso at first, Lindor at second, Alvarez at third. And Yamamoto steps off. And that crowd pouring down some booze on him right now. This is not an easy start for him right now. That's trying to make it tough on him here at Citi Field. 1-2 on Nimmo. Yamamoto ready. Pitch. Grounded foul, first base line. It stays 1-2. It's a slider down and in. And as Nimmo came out of his swing, you can tell once his swing is complete, he hobbles his way out of the batter's box for a moment. Starling Marte is on deck. Yamamoto set, bases loaded, 1 out, 3-1 Dodgers. Another 1-2 coming to Nimmo. Check swing foul again, this time to the third base side. It stays 1-2. As that pitch count grows, 54 of them for Yamamoto. Again, only something to look at right now because of how the Dodgers have treated him. End of the regular season, topped out in the mid-70s of his pitch count, the playoffs in the 60s. Long at bat for Nimmo. 6th pitch upcoming. Bases loaded, 1 out. Mets down 2. Pitch. Bouncing ball to second. Taylor's got it. Backhand flip to second for one. Edman to first. Double play, inning over. Yamamoto gets the double play ball, 4-6-3. But Carlos Mendoza has put his hands to his ears. The Mets want to challenge this. Now, if Nimmo is safe, the runner from third, Alvarez, would score. The Mets would make it 3-2. If not, the inning is over and it's 3-1.
He's safe.
Oh, you're right.
No question.
New York is challenged now. Call at second and at
No
first.
question.
So that's two for David Rackley at first base that we've had to take a look at and see that the call will be reversed. So again, the ground ball went right to Chris Taylor. His flip to second looked accurate, looked on time to get Alonso. And Nimmo, you're absolutely right, is safe at first of this. Again, we just have to wait for the umpires to confirm it. But it will be 3-2 as Alvarez scores and Lindor gets to third, and the Dodgers have to come back onto the field.
Yeah, they've already seen enough, even though for some reason the adjudication is not complete. For some reason unimaginable, I have no idea what's taken so long.
Well, they are checking second because Edman was dancing around over there. There's that neighborhood play, if you will, where he fields the flip from Taylor and then has to drag his foot across the bag. And they'll look at that, too, just to make sure that that call was also confirmed. And here we go for the verdict.
After review on the call at second is confirmed, the runner is out. The runner at first is overturned to safe. New York Entertainment Challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the replay just before they made the announcement. And clearly, Edman scraped the back of the bag as he was making the pivot, so I really didn't see any issue there. And clearly, Nimmo beat the throw to first, and that's how it winds up.
So the Mets are down 3-2 now on a big overturned call at first. The second time we've seen a play at first get overturned. And so Nimmo with a fielder's choice and an RBI.
You know what, too, Keith, and in the context of very close plays at first, David Rackley blew two that really weren't all that close. Because when you looked at the replay for the first time, you could tell that Rackley got it wrong. And that's twice now in 3 innings.
We're usually splitting hairs when we look at these things. That one we were calling before they had it. So now Yamamoto has to throw some more pitches here. First and third, 2 outs. Marte trying to tie the game. Mets chasing one. Third inning. Righty to righty. Yamamoto deals. Swing a ground ball to short. Edman to his right. Fields on the backhand. Throws to second in time to get the runner Nimmo. And now the side is retired. But the Mets do score a run on 2 hits and leave a pair. We go to the 4th inning at Citi Field in Game 4 of this NLCS. The Dodgers lead the Mets 3-2 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
2K your way with SiriusXM channels designed to shift your timeline. Jump into the pit with hard rock and new metal on Turbo, Channel 41.
It's just one of those days.
Go hard all day with zeros and tens hip hop on Flex 2K, Channel 49. Bees in the track. Or sink into your feels with alternative anthems on Alt 2K. Listen to all of these and more 2000s channels across SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
In 2024, Scotty Scheffler led the PGA Tour in victories, scoring average, prize money, birdies per round.
Cheers, baseball fans. Now is the time to let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Where are you watching the NLCS from? Let us know. International, put out your flag emoji in the chat. Let us know what city and state or city and province you're watching in if you're here in North America, and let's have some fun. This is the best part of the night when we get to see how far out our reach goes throughout this planet. Thank you for being here. So glad that all of you could join us from all corners of the globe. Now let's get back to the baseball. Let's have some fun and chat it up.
Coverage
coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
You want baseball? The doggy has you covered. Tune in to Mad Dog Unleashed for the best baseball coverage anywhere. Weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern. SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
And in the inning for the Dodgers, Andy Pages, Chris Taylor, and Shohei Ohtani. And there you can hear in the background the sweet, sultry guitar tones of One Last Breath by Creed, who will be coming to Madison Square Garden. Madge, if you can help me there, on Friday, November 29th. So something, and I would imagine that would be this year, but next month. I always say that because we had a read for July 12th of next year. So I just want to let the people know what they should be planning for and not planning for yet. But Creed coming to MSG. You know, as a kid, I listened to that song in my room, and I would pretend that I was up at the plate, bottom of the ninth, 3-2, and I would pretend I'd hit a home run to the cliche of that song, or the crescendo of that song. And, well, I never ended up doing that. But I'm doing this instead. It's 3-2 Dodgers as we go to the fourth. Andy Pages leading off against Jose Quintana's at 65 pitches. But happy to see his offense give him a run back after Quintana gave up 2 in the top of the third. First pitch to the righty. Pages takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Fourth inning is sponsored by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K. To donate your car today. There's 2 strikeouts for Quintana. One of Teoscar Hernandez, one of Tommy Edman. 0-1. Way outside, a fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Pages, Taylor, and Ohtani represent the end of the second time through into this, the third time through. That's why Jose Butto continues to warm up. He's getting ready in the Mets pen. 1-1. Missed high and in. 2 balls and a strike. And again, Quintana looking for the quadrants of the zone, the very edges of the top, bottom, inside, and outside of the zone. Just not getting it with Nick Lentz back there tonight. 2-1. Fouled into the mid of the catcher. 2-2. So we'll see how long the Mets go with Quintana here in this inning. The reason why you wonder that and why it's not just the top of the lineup with Ohtani is because Quintana's a lefty facing 2 righties and then the lefty. You figured if Carlos Mendoza was going to take Quintana out, he would have taken him out already. Pages grounded out to short his first time. He's 0 for 1. A wind up, and now the 2-2 from Quintana. Flight in the air to deep right center field. Marte on the run to the alleyway. Makes the catch, crossing out of the warning track in front of the Dodger bullpen. 1 away. Now Pages gave it a ride, but Marte was up for the challenge. And he got to the spot, kind of where last night Tyrone Taylor, he and Marte came together, and Taylor made that unreal catch. Marte tried to get out of the way at the last second and took out Tyrone's legs. Well, this time Marte gets to the spot. 1 away. 3-2 Dodgers, top of the fourth. Bases clear. 1 out for Chris Taylor, who lined out to Marte his last time. First one from Quintana. Swing and a miss and a high fastball. 0-1.
I wonder how this plays out, Keith. If he can get Taylor, well, then Ohtani is next. And behind Ohtani is the right-handed Mookie Betts. That might be where Butto gets into this.
Infield back playing Taylor about straight up. 0-1 pitch. High and outside, a fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And I think, too, in Carlos Mendoza's perfect world, get Quintana through this inning. You can let Butto throw 2. Ideally, he's up to it.
Quintana straddling the rubber with those neon orange shoelaces. 1-1, a little bit low of the curve. 2 balls and a strike. Well, on the flip side, too, that takes 2 to tango, the pitching and the offense. Mets offense has been there a little bit tonight against Yamamoto. 2 runs on 4 hits. So they are somewhat keeping up their end of the bargain. Quintana and the pitching staff just has to keep it close here. 3-2 LA, top of the fourth. With 1 out, here's the 2-1. Outside and low with a changeup. Ball 3. Now, when the Mets scored their 1 run in the bottom of the third inning, Pete Alonso walked, and that was the first Mets walk of the game. Brought to you by Total Orthopedics, the experts at getting you back to being you. 3-1 to Taylor. Swing and a miss behind on the sinker. Tell you what, that was a pretty good looking pitch. Taylor missed, and it's full. Taylor calls for his time. Quintana has had 1 scoreless frame tonight, and a lot of Dodgers on the bases. Dodgers scored in the first. came up empty in the second. 2, though, top 3. Here we are, top of the 4th. And the payoff to Taylor. Fought off foul to the right, now to play. Again, I mentioned that Chris Taylor's in there at second base for now. Gavin Lux and Freddie Freeman. As this game moves later and the righties are maybe waiting in the wings out of the bullpen, you would expect to see both Freeman and Lux pinch hitting late in the game. Another 3-2. Line toward third. Picked on a short hop by Vientos. Gets to his feet. Throws across. Safe. Rackley calls him safe, but we have to put an asterisk on that for right now because, again, we've seen 2 David Rackley calls get challenged and overturned. The Mets will not challenge this one. Taylor is safe at first.
Yeah, I think Vientos just took too much time, and the reason for that was it looked like he had to reach into his glove a second time to get a grip. Once he came up with that short hop, he stumbled a bit, scrambled to his feet, and then did not have a good grip on the ball, and the split second it took to get his hand around it is what cost him the play at first.
So Ohtani batting. Quintana will face Ohtani with 1 out. 3-2 LA, top 4. Infield back. First pitch. Slow breaker outside, missing for ball 1. Ohtani on the second pitch of the game hit a bomb into the bullpen in right center to give the Dodgers a 1-0 lead. Then Quintana basically wanted nothing to do with him second time around and walked him. But Ohtani came around to score. 1-0. Fouled back to the screen on a sinker in, and it's 1-1. I think the messaging here is go get him, don't walk him, of course.
Especially because it's probably, I would think, his last batter with Buto still throwing and Betts and Teoscar Hernandez right-hand batters to follow.
Quintana had 79 pitches. Trying to get Ohtani, maybe try to hit a ball on the ground. Taylor good speed at first, 1 out. The 1-1. Strike inside corner. On a breaking ball, Ohtani sucked his hands in as if that was going to hit him, but it was right there. So 2 strikes on Shohei, and Ohtani calls for his time. That was a left-on-left changeup. That's probably why Ohtani was freaking out. Quintana doesn't throw left-on-left changeups. Towels waving. 1-2 on Ohtani. Quintana long hold, now the pitch. Low with a breaking ball, 2-2. Quintana has a lot of pitches. Left on left, he basically throws fastball curve. To the righties, that's the side that sees the changeup and the sinker and the four-seamer. But really for lefties, it's 2 pitches. That's why Ohtani was so caught off guard. 3-2 LA. 1 out. A soft throw to first, and Taylor dives back in. Now Ohtani, too, in this situation, is batting with somebody on base, which has been a big moment for him. Tough batter anytime you see him. From the belt, a long hold, another throw over, and Taylor walks in safely, so that's 2 disengagements for Taylor, but for Quintana on Taylor at first. And as Taylor stands at first, Clayton McCullough, the first base umpire, first base coach, is in his ear. 2-2 pitch. Off the plate with a curve. Ohtani lays off another close breaking ball, and it's 3-2.
Ohtani strikes out so much, 162 times during the regular season. It's hard to imagine they'd run Taylor here, but we'll see. He's got a good lead.
Measures his lead off first. 1 out. 3-2 pitch. He walked him, low and away, a changeup.
That should be it.
Now Carlos Mendoza comes hustling out of that first base dugout. And he'll go get the righty Jose Buto. Dodgers ahead 3-2, top of the 4th. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Mookie Betts the batter when we get back. Pitching change brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
With over 30 stores to serve you, a rewards app that earns you free groceries, and a shop online service that delivers right to your door, what are you waiting for? Download the Food Bazaar Rewards app and get 10,000 bonus points after your first purchase. Visit foodbazaar.com.
As the playoffs heat up, stay hydrated with ReadyRefresh. At the office or at home, ReadyRefresh has amazing deals on all bottled water. From case packs to water filtration to 5-gallon bottles. Delivered right to your door. Score more and skip the store. ReadyRefresh ensures you're hydrated for every inning. ReadyRefresh even has a great assortment of water dispensers and offers pro cleaning services for every model.
ReadyRefresh.
Your ultimate game day hydration partner. Order now at ReadyRefresh.com.
The family of Casamigos tequilas, Añejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and now introducing the new Casamigos Jalapeno. Casamigos tequila brought to you by those who drink it and love it. Remind you to enjoy today's game responsibly.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window and Doors, one of New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Anderson windows and doors. Visit Brooklyn Window and Doors award-winning showroom to see the complete Anderson product line, including the 400, 100A, and E Series. Anderson, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window and Door at their new location, 185 30th Street in Brooklyn, or call 718-WINDOWS.
So the Mets in this top of the fourth inning call on Jose Butto in a spot where Jose Quintana left first and second with one out. So the lefty is done. The righty Butto now in there to see righty Mookie Betts and then Teoscar Hernandez. Again, top of the fourth, Dodgers ahead 3-2. I've seen a lot of back and forth action. This has been, again, a series that seems whoever scores first is in the driver's seat. Dodgers ripped off 3 early runs in game one, won 9-0. Game two, Mets scored 6 over the first 2 innings and won 7-3. And then last night, Dodgers scored early and then late to win 8-0. Today, a little bit more of a back and forth. Both teams traded runs in the first inning, traded a couple here in the third, but the Dodgers are ahead by a run. So the line on Quintana is still open. He is still responsible for Taylor at second and Ohtani at first. And here's Betts with one out. Butto sets and fires. Just missed outside with a slider for ball one. So Butto pitching for the first time since the very end of game one. Came on in the 7th and the 8th. Did give up a 3-run double to Mookie Betts in LA. Trying to get him here, get him to hit into a double play. 1-0. Way outside a slider. 2 balls and no strikes. Mets baseball brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact the dealer for a great deal today or visit tryhondadealers.com. Betts a single to left his last time. Slid it right by his buddy Francisco Lindor. 2-0. Here's the pitch. Betts clucks one down the left field line. That's a base hit. He really turned on that one. Taylor turns around third. He heads home to score. Ohtani rounding third. He's heading home. The cutoff throw. There will be no throw. It's eaten by Lindor in left. Mookie Betts at second, shaking his hips with a 2-run double. It is 5-2 Dodgers.
And that might be the most prominent example we've seen so far in this series of the plantar fasciitis affecting Brandon Nimmo's ability to get to a ball, because he just couldn't get to that as it rolled towards the warning track, and you could see him really kind of slow down and try to maintain some equilibrium as he approached it. A healthy Nimmo, I think, is more aggressive pursuing that ball than he was able to be there.
So Betts at second, 5-2 Dodgers, and here's Teoscar Hernandez. First pitch, check swing and a pitch high. He went around for strike one. That's why it was almost surprising to see Ohtani from first base score from first on a play to left field. You don't really see that happen.
That was all Dino Ebel, the third base coach, I think.
0-1 on Teoscar. Pitch. Swing and a miss and a high fastball, and it's 0-2.
Well, they know that Nimmo's mobility is compromised, and Ebel was very aggressive, and at the end of the day, so was Ohtani.
Iglesias keeping Betts close at second. Rest of the infielders are back. Butto ready from the chest. 0-2. Foul back this way under our booth. That stays 0-2 on Teoscar Hernandez, who is 0 for 2 tonight and 0 for the series. He has walked a bunch 4 times, but he's 0 for 13. Line is closed, by the way, on Quintana. We'll close it up for you in a minute. After this 0-2 pitch. Betts with a big lead. Here comes. And Hernandez flies the ball in the air down the left field line. Nimmo trotting over, has a beat, and makes the catch on the move for the second out.
That was a hanger.
Now Hernandez still 0 for the series, now 0 for 14 is the second out, and here's the guy who's had a series, Tommy Edman. So Quintana ends up 5 runs allowed, 5 hits, 1 home run. He walked 4, struck out 2, over 3 in the third, and Quintana ended up throwing 83 pitches. So Edman, switch hitter batting left. Doubled in a run his last time. He's 1 for 2, batting cleanup tonight. Pitch. A little bit tall. Missed with a fastball. Ball 1. Dodgers have scored in 3 out of 4 innings tonight. 2 more here in the top of the 4th. They have a 5-2 lead in Game 4. Betts off second. Buto's 1-0. Edman rolls over foul, pulling it down the first base side. Good play by Clayton McCullough, the first base coach. He flips it over the netting into the crowd behind the Met dugout. So the Dodgers, again, we've seen it all series long except for the Manaea game, is just make life miserable for Met starting pitching. Tough to get deep into these games, all the pitches they've had to throw. Spin to throw to second. Betts dives in safely. Lindor trying to creep in from behind.
It's the perfect storm, isn't it? The innate patience of the Dodger hitters and a Mets pitching staff, which even against the most aggressive team still managed to walk more batters than any pitching staff in the league.
Lindor basically holding on. Betts at second now, drifts back. The 1-1. Edman takes high and away. Fastball misses, and it's 2 balls and a strike. A Dodgers team that kind of expects to not only be here, but get to the next round and win it all. That's what they have done for the last 12 years, is just make the postseason. The 2-1. Edman flails over a changeup. 2-2. Talking to Carlos Mendoza today just about the Dodgers, and he said, think about how good they are now. They've been like this for 10 years, and think about how hard it is to win it all. They've only won 1 title in basically this run, if you'll call it. That was in 2020.
Some people will devalue that because it was the COVID season.
The 2-2. On the outside corner, he got him looking. Edman goes down on the fastball, and the inning is over. 2-run double and a big one for Mookie Betts off Jose Buto. We go to the bottom of the 4th at Citi Field. The Dodgers now ahead 5-2 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Hey, baseball fans, check out ThriveWell Infusion, trusted choice in IV therapy among physicians to experience high-quality care from the highly trained medical staff at ThriveWell. ThriveWell Infusion understands that it can be stressful when receiving an infusion, but it doesn't have to be when you're in one of their private, state-of-the-art infusion suites. Let ThriveWell handle your infusion needs so you can focus on the game. Visit us at ThriveWellInfusion.com. That's ThriveWellInfusion.com. Saving lives drip by drip.
It ain't a party till the sauce gets involved. That's why Wendy's Saucy Nugs Party Pack is 45-ish nugs slathered in honey barbecue, garlic parm, buffalo, or ghost pepper. Savor the drip of Wendy's Saucy Nugs Party Pack, open till midnight or later. Participating locations only.
Come home to SNY.
Lot to get to here on our postgame show,
as our team covers your team with all the postgame reactions.
That is as playoff baseball as there is.
On the Mets playoff run. Nissan Postgame Live tonight, immediately after the Mets-Dodgers NLCS game, only on SNY.
Chopra and Nocerino is a must-call when injured. Personal injury cases are a battle. You need a team willing to put in the work. Contact them at 855-NYC-HURT if you want top results. Chopra and Nocerino is the exclusive personal injury firm of the New York Mets.
The Ray Cattina family of dealerships is the premier luxury automotive group in New Jersey and New York for one simple reason. They always put the customer first. With the finest inventory of luxury vehicles and legendary customer service, experience the Ray Cattina way. Visit RayCattina.com.
Craving a tasty burger? Well, Smash Burger has you covered, and Smash Burger's now open at 804 Lexington Avenue at 62nd Street. Enjoy certified Angus beef burgers, signature sides like smash fries, and hand-spun milkshakes. Smash Burger, available for dine-in, takeout, or delivery at smashburger.com.
Off to the bottom of the 4th inning in Game 4. Dodgers lead the series 2-1 and lead Game 4 5-2. Dodgers scored a run in the first, 2 in the third, 2 in the top of this inning for their 5 runs. 5 runs on 6 hits. And for the Mets, a run in the first, a run in the third. And we'll bat against Yoshinobu Yamamoto and his 56 pitches here in the bottom of the 4th. And the batters, J.D. Martinez, Jose Iglesias, and Harrison Bader. A quick scoreboard update brought to you by Food Bazaar. Shop locally global. Food Bazaar Supermarket, foodbazaar.com. Over on the American League side, a wild game between the Yankees and Guardians. Cleveland in the 10th on a 2-run homer by David Fry. Had the walk-off, and the Guardians got there down 2 in the 9th on a 2-out, 2-run home run by John Kenzie Noel. So I'm sure our buddy Tom Hamilton was rightfully falling out of his chair.
He should have been.
As the
Good old hammy.
As the Guardians get a win. So now that series is 2-1 Yankees with the next two in Cleveland. So here's J.D. Martinez against Yamamoto, righty against righty. And the first pitch at the knees, outside corner, 0-1. And if you're wondering, after two, behind an Artemi Panarin hat trick, the Rangers lead the Detroit Red Wings 5-1. Thank you, Madge.
Baby.
My wife's wings.
Mancini, his first NHL goal.
0-1, that's inside. 1 ball and 1 strike on J.D. Martinez.
All over this stuff.
What do they need us for, the scoreboard? Hey, people got phones. They know what's what. Yamamoto leans back, deals home. Misses outside with a cutter. 2 balls and a strike. So even though Yamamoto now has a bigger lead and it's only the 4th inning, Dodgers look like they have a righty up in their pen. But again, Yamamoto 1 pitch away from 60, which has been a big number for him in this postseason. The wind-up and the 2-1. Right down the middle. Martinez takes 2-2. Last time out for Yamamoto, 63 pitches, 5 scoreless in Game 5 to beat the Padres. Before that, 60 pitches in Game 3 against San Diego. 2-2 to Martinez. Floated in the air toward right. Betts comes sprinting in toward the line and makes the catch for the second out. Well, it is one of the moves, for the first out, excuse me, but for the second time, Martinez is an out victim. He's 0 for 2. It's one of the moves that somewhat scrutinized by, do you play the righty-lefty splits? Instead of having Winker in there, the lefty against Yamamoto, Martinez is in there tonight, but he's 0 for 2. Here's Iglesias, though, singled his last time. First pitch. Little chopper in front of home plate. Yamamoto comes down from the mound to field. Fire, got him. Good play by Yamamoto on the 1-3 putout. Iglesias is retired. Brings up Harrison Bader. Don't miss a moment at Citi Field 2025. Get the best seats for the biggest games with a Mets season ticket membership. To learn more, visit Mets.com/memberships. 5-2 Dodgers in the bottom of the 4th. Righty to righty. Here's the pitch to Harrison Bader. Swing and a miss at 94, and it's 0-1. Bader also in there tonight instead of Tyrone Taylor. Harrison in his small sample against Yamamoto is 3 for 4. The 0-for was back in the second inning. 0-1. Right down the middle, a fastball, strike 2. And again, he throws so many pitches, and you worry about the splitter, you worry about the curve, and all of a sudden, 95 is down the middle, and you took it. That's where the Mets seem to be a couple times tonight. Trying to guess right on Yamamoto, who's been tough. First of a 12-year deal. Slow windup, 0-2 to Bader. Just missed outside a fastball. Smith tried to frame it, and it's a ball and 2 strikes on Harrison. Alvarez is on deck. He has one of the 4 Met hits. Yamamoto has his sign, nods yes, steps back towards second. Slow turn of the hips, 1-2. Got him swinging, splitter down and in. Now Yamamoto with 7 strikeouts gets 2 more runs from his team in the top of the 4th and shuts the Mets down in the bottom of the 4th. We go to the 5th at Citi Field in Game 4. It is 5-2 Dodgers on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
I think C.J. Stroud just has that poise. Plays like he's been in the league 10 or 12 years.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
Brock Purdy's playing unbelievable. I think kind of quietly has just been brushing it.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons, Kirk Cousins. Each week has been continuous improvement. Let's keep that going.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like SiriusXM NFL Radio. Channel 88.
This week on Let's Go with Bill Belichick, Max Crosby, Peter King, and me, Jim Gray.
How impressed are you with what you've seen with Caleb Williams?
He's definitely made some progress. He's playing with a good defensive team, so they really don't have to go out there and score 40 points every week to win. But he's done a better job of taking care of the ball and making plays when he's had the opportunity to make them and not put himself in a compromising situation.
Listen to the extended version of Let's Go, now available exclusively on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The new basketball season is around the corner, and SiriusXM NBA Radio is getting you ready by talking to the biggest stars in the game.
Joined now by Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I want to be able to have a shot at winning it all.
Every weeknight until the season starts. Hear a different team's preview show.
We've got Kevin Durant sitting down with us.
Championship is always a goal.
NBA Radio season preview shows. Only on NBA Radio, Channel 86. And for any interviews or previews you missed.
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We're in the NLCS. Yes, it's a commercial break during the baseball game, so don't worry. We'll be right back to the baseball action. Now, before we do that, please take a minute to hit that subscribe button and help us grow this awesome sports community. We are almost at 50,000. Please help us get there by hitting that subscribe button and turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single baseball playoff game, every single Toronto Maple Leafs hockey game, Raptors games, as well as the CFL playoffs coming up. Make sure you're here, hanging out with us on Toronto Sports Insider. Now, thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Let's get back to the baseball. What a game we've got tonight. Cheers, everybody.
Done by any means.
That's our buddy Tom Hamilton making the final call there for Cleveland, who just beat the Yankees 7-5.
Case, the Dodgers weren't able to get him around. However, Mets pitchers already have walked 4 batters in this game, all by Quintana over 3 1/3 innings. Vientos way off the line at third. The 1-0 fastball missed just outside. 2-0 to the former Oakland A, Max Muncy. One of so many Dodgers who dealt with serious injuries this year. He missed half the season with an oblique problem. I don't think Dave Roberts has gotten enough credit for what he's done with his Dodger team. The 2-0 to Muncy, lifted in the air, foul outside third, long run for Vientos, charging near the dugout, but he runs out of room because the ball lands inside the Dodger dugout. And so the count to Muncy is 2-1 strike. But I mean, look at all those pitchers, Keith, the Dodgers have had on the injured list, and prominent pitchers too. We ran some of those names at you the other way. Clayton Kershaw, one of them. Tyler Glasnow, Dustin May, Tony Gonsolin, Evan Stone. 2-1 on the way. Taken outside. A changeup, 3-1. Graterol has got a live arm in the bullpen. They certainly could use that, although the bullpen has become one of the strengths of the Dodgers, which is why Dave Roberts has been able to coax this team to where they're at right now. The 3-1 to Muncy. Below the knees, a fastball, ball 4. So, it's 5 walks allowed by Mets pitchers tonight. We're only through 4 1/3 innings here, and Will Smith will be next.
Well, Fox has a graphic that is now 11 times Muncy has reached. That is a single postseason all-time record there for Muncy, who just beat David Ortiz in 2007 and Billy Hatcher for the 1990 Reds. So Max Muncy is still adding to his history here at bat by at bat.
Well, here Smith takes the breaking ball on the inside corner, a slider, strike one called, and well, both of those aforementioned players playing for teams that won the World Series. Ortiz with the 07 Red Sox, and then Billy Hatcher with the 1990 Reds, who swept the A's. The 0-1 driven pretty deep to center. Going back is Bader, backpedaling, makes the two-hand catch. And there are 2 men away. Muncy goes back to first. So that'll bring up Andy Pajes as we come to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, David Ortiz is here tonight. This is also the 20th anniversary of that famous Game 4 where the Red Sox eventually came back on the Yankees, and they were down 3-0, and the guy that stole that big base was the guy you're just talking about, Dave Roberts, the manager of the Dodgers.
Yep, biggest stolen base in Red Sox history. First pitch to Pajes, taken high, ball 1. Now, Dave Roberts wears number 30, and there's a reason for that. That was the number that Maury Wills wore with the Dodgers when Maury kind of reinvented the stolen base in the 1960s. Later became an instructor with the Dodgers. The 1-0 to Pajes, taken low inside, ball 2. And he became a real mentor to Dave Roberts. They spent a lot of time together. And Dave Roberts wears number 30 to honor the late Maury Wills. Not quite a Hall of Famer. He stole 104 bases in 1962 to break Ty Cobb's long-standing record. 2-0 pitch, breaking ball in for a called strike, a slider. 2-1 to Pajes. The Dodgers 5, the Mets 2, with 2 out here at the top of the 5th. Muncy on for the 3rd straight time, all via walks, being held on by Alonso. Vientos deep and near the line at 3rd. 2-1 pitch, foul back this way. Into the hands of a fan in section 317, just to our right. It's cold out there, that has to sting. But he's not wincing at all. In fact, his hands are being greeted warmly by hands of surrounding fans.
Just gave it to a young kid, too. That's a winning move right there.
He's wearing a Mike Piazza jersey. What do you expect? Although it's a black jersey. 2-2, the pitch to Pajes. Fastball taken high, 3-2.
They'll never live that down, will they, last night?
Ooh. Talk about killing mojo. Well, still trailing with the pinstripes on tonight, 5-2, and with 2 out, and a 3-2 count on Pajes, Muncy will have an automatic start, and now Buto steps off, and that's, or did Pajes call time there? Nope. Pitch clock is running. It's a disengagement for Buto, but no matter because they know Muncy will be on the move. So Buto sets. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball on the inside corner. Strike 3 called. He backed the sweeper over the inside edge. And that retires the side. 3 strikeouts for Buto. A walk, 1 left. Middle of the 5th. The Dodgers 5, the Mets 2 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Bigelow Tea can make the second half of this game even better than the first. Hot or over ice, take a moment just for you. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Paramus Hyundai knows that in playoff baseball, every hit, pitch, play, and save can make all the difference. Same with shopping for a new vehicle. Leave nothing to chance. Score huge savings at Paramus Hyundai. Don't miss amazing limited time pricing on all your favorites, including the 2024 Hyundai Elantra, all backed by America's best warranty, the 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty with...
Hey, you! Yeah, I'm talking to you. Thank you for being here cheers to that. We really appreciate you all being here, watching this game, hanging out with us, making a difference in our sports community. Just by being here, a portion of our proceeds does get donated to Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. So thank you for being here and chatting it up. I just had to stop the action to show that I really appreciate every single one of you that are here listening to this game, watching this game, chatting it up, having a good time. So please, if you can, share the link out. Let's get more of our friends here to chat it up, and let's get back to the baseball. Thank you all again. I appreciate it. Cheers, everybody. Good luck to your team.
Gin and Juice by Dre and Snoop, a proud partner of the Mets. It's a ready-to-drink premium seltzer that comes in 4 gin-based all-natural flavors: citrus, melon, passion fruit, and apricot. Only 3 grams of sugar and 130 calories. Make these playoffs memorable with Gin and Juice, and cheers to a victory.
When it's game time, it's Tully time. Be sure to check out the famous Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey Bar in center field, where you can grab a game time mule or try the brand new Tullamore Dew Honey and the Honey Surfer cocktail. Tullamore Dew, official Irish whiskey of the New York Mets. Please enjoy responsibly. We're in one of those situations now where time is at once an ally and an enemy to the New York Mets, because they're in Game 4 of the National League Championship Series. They're trailing 2-1. In and of itself, not that big a deal, but the urgency to win this game is certainly heightened now by the fact that they're trailing by 3. And Yamamoto is going to stay on to begin the 5th inning. Looks like the Dodgers are going to keep their bullpen hot, as Yamamoto will face Alvarez, Lindor, and Vientos, with the Dodgers up 5-2. Alvarez singled his first time, a ground ball the other way, and the first pitch, breaking ball, rolled to the backstop, a foul ball, and it's 0-1 to Francisco, who now has 6 hits in 36 postseason at-bats. Looks like it's Evan Phillips getting ready in what is a deep Dodger bullpen. Here's the 0-1. Fastball in tight. I think it hit him in the leg. Alvarez goes down. And he bounces back up, but he's kind of skipping towards first base, trying to show as little pain as possible, but he's really hobbled right now as he approaches first base, crouches, he's not even at the bag yet. Antoine Richardson is talking to him. Here comes trainer Joe Golia, and Alvarez is in a significant amount of pain, doubled over outside first base, and the question is, where exactly did that ball get him?
I think it just got him in. First of all, got him on the quad, which is a very strong, tough part of the leg, especially for a guy who's a catcher. But again, it's kind of like that, maybe like a Charlie horse, just hits in the wrong spot on that leg where it's almost a dead leg. And that's what Alvarez is trying to do, is just walk it off. And he caught some shrapnel too. The ball hit his leg and then knocked his helmet off too. So they're just inspecting that leg, and he's okay. I don't know how well he's going to run, but that didn't feel good.
Well, one fortuitous part of that for the Mets is that it was high enough up the leg so that it missed the kneecap. Because if that got him around the kneecap, that could have been big trouble. You know, it's, I guess, pain a little bit exacerbated by the cold out there today, too. It's not frigid. It's 54 degrees right now. We have all seen and heard postseason games played under colder conditions. But with Phillips continuing to throw in the bullpen, Alvarez is on at first, nobody out, and now Yamamoto starts his 3rd time through the order, facing Lindor, who's 1 for 2. First pitch on the way as they sing My Girl, taking high, ball 1. And speaking of that, the Temptations are going to be here tomorrow night to not only sing the anthem, but perform My Girl live. That's marketing. Here's the 1-0. Fastball low, 2-0 to Lindor.
I don't think we've ever had a live walk-up song play, but that's what the plan is for the bottom of the 1st inning tomorrow. How cool is that?
2-0 to Lindor. Hernandez in tight, edge of the infield grass and off the line at 3rd. The pitch, fastball at the knees for a called strike. Yamamoto pumping 95 on his 71st pitch of the night. In the count, 2-1 to Lindor. Pitch count is not a big issue. I think it's the 3rd time around. As much as anything, the reason why Phillips is throwing. The 2-1 breaking ball swung on and missed. Good looking curve there. And he had Lindor way out in front. The count's 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Alvarez still in what appears to be rather apparent pain, barely leading at all off of first base. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, threw a fastball by Lindor. And for Yamamoto, that is his 8th strikeout. 1 away, Vientos coming up. You know, Yamamoto's strikeout high is 9, and that was against the Mets in April. But I don't think he's going to get another batter here. With Phillips ready in the bullpen, Dave Roberts is on his way to the mound, and usually when Roberts comes out, he makes the pitching change, and now the sign goes out for Phillips, and that's it for Yamamoto with the Dodgers leading 5-2. This pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
Discover the excitement at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Come play 1,000 slot machines and electronic table games. Enjoy on-site entertainment, cocktails, and dining. In October, we're giving away $125,000 during Wicked Wednesdays. One winner every hour from 3 to 7 p.m. will spin for their chance at $5,000. 1 point equals 1 entry. Jake's 58, where Long Island wins. If gambling is a problem for you or someone, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 8778, open or text NY.
The Dodgers lead the Mets 5-2, and with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th inning, and Francisco Alvarez, the runner at first, Evan Phillips, the right-hander, takes over on the mound for the Dodgers, who pitched an inning and 2/3, striking out 3 batters in the deciding 5th game of the division series against the San Diego Padres. So Phillips in all in 3 games has been perfect. 4 1/3 innings, no hits, no runs, and 4 strikeouts. He's going to face Mark Vientos and Pete Alonso as the next 2 scheduled hitters, and they provide a lot of power. As the Power Report is sponsored by Bill Vince's Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Vientos displayed that power with a home run as the second batter in the bottom of the 1st inning, tying the game up right after Shohei Ohtani had hit the second pitch of the game into the Dodger bullpen for a home run. So Vientos 1 for 2. Alvarez at first, 1 out. And the first pitch by Phillips, breaking ball on the outside corner, strike 1 called. During the regular season, Phillips in 61 games was 5-1 with a 3.62 earned run average. Doesn't walk many, strikes out more than a batter an inning. He has been good. The 0-1 way outside with a sweeper. 1 ball and 1 strike. His first man up out of the bullpen tonight for the Dodgers. Remember now, they went with a bullpen game in game 2, but Phillips did not get in. 1-1 now the pitch. Fastball outside, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. And so for Phillips, this is his first appearance in the National League Championship Series after the work he did against the Padres, helping the Dodgers get here. 2-1 to Vientos. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball fouled off the mask of the catcher, Will Smith. The ball rolls to Alonso near the on-deck circle. Pete's putter betrayed him there. He looked like me.
I guess we have finally something in common with a major leaguer there, Howie.
Yeah, Pete tried to kind of roll that ball with the barrel of his bat over towards the ball boy. Shanked it. 2-2. Pitch to Vientos. Fastball in there, strike 3 called. Had plenty of plate, 97-mile-an-hour fastball, the upper part of the strike zone. But now 9 Mets have struck out in this game. And with 2 men away, Pete Alonso will be next.
And this is, again, the part where the Dodgers bullpen steps in, and it becomes tough because they have so many good arms, and you see so many different ones throughout the game. It's hard to pick up and know what each guy's doing.
So here's Pete. First pitch, breaking ball over, a called strike. Good sweeper, and the count 0-1. Phillips, now 30 years old, came up with the Braves 6 years ago and then went on to the Orioles and the Rays. His 4th season with the Dodgers. He's been very valuable. The 0-1 pitch, fastball, just missed outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Lonzo trying to get on and get Brandon Nimmo to the plate as the potential tying run. Mets have been out, hit 6-4. The Dodgers lead 5-2. 2 out in the 5th. The 1-1. Foul back to the screen. A sweeper that was up. Boy, that was in a hittable spot. Although it just started to kind of tail away from Pete in the outer part of the strike zone. And Pete fought it off. The count 1-2. Phillips wasting no time, ready to go. Now brings the hands together, bends slightly at the waist, straightens. Here's the 1-2. Swing on a ground ball, slowly hit to short, backing up Edman. He's got it, throws to second for the force play, side retired. No runs, no hits, a hit batsman, 1 left. The end of 5. It's the Dodgers 5 and the Mets 2 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
Let's go Mets!
The National League Championship Series is on SiriusXM. The New York Mets.
Francisco Lindor, grand slam!
The LA Dodgers.
Mookie Betts, home run!
Hear the hometown announcers on your radio and on the SiriusXM app before and after every game. MLB Network Radio's experts bring you closer to the action.
This guy is a beast. He's been unbelievable.
On-site coverage of the postseason through the last out of the World Series is on Channel 89.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble, and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines, midfield. It's a race. Picking them up, putting them down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day.
What's up, baseball fans? The series is shifted. The NLCS is being played at Citi Field, and the Mets have home field advantage hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers. Please take a second to hit that like button down below so we can get more fans of your team here chatting it up, having a good time, cheering them on. Now, as well, you can share this link out. Please click that little arrow with the share and put it out on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, anywhere. Let's get more baseball fans here in the chat hanging out at the best place to watch the NLCS right here on YouTube at Toronto Sports Insider. Now, enough of that. Let's get back to the baseball. Cheers to all of you. Good luck to your team.
Mom or dad, one of the River Spring Living senior housing options might be the perfect fit. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living special. Visit riverspringliving.org for more today. Well, Dodgers 5, Mets 2 as we go to the 6th inning. Jose Butto has pitched an inning and 2/3 to this point in relief of Jose Quintana, who was charged with all 5 Dodger runs. And Mets look like they're going to keep the bullpen hot as we go to this 6th inning. It is a right-hander out there. Remember, the Mets have 2 lefties in their pen, David Peterson and Danny Young. And if the Mets maybe get a little closer in this game, trailing by 2, they need to get Ohtani out later in the game. I mean, Peterson could factor in later, but the deeper into this game it goes without Peterson, I think gives him a stronger chance of starting tomorrow. Chris Taylor, the batter. Butto's first pitch lifted in the air to right field. It's playable. Marte, several feet in front of the warning track, makes the one-hand catch. 1 out.
Phil Maton is the one getting loose in that Mets bullpen. And you're right. I mean, you get to a point where you play what's more valuable to the team, Peterson now or Peterson tomorrow? And you're already down 5-2 unless the Mets offense makes a push I think it's wise to kind of save Peterson for tomorrow.
I think that's what it would take to get Peterson into the game. Yep, just to get within a run or so. Right now they're down 3, and here's Ohtani. And the first pitch by Buto is a changeup that misses down and away for ball 1. Ohtani, a home run in the first inning to start the game. He's walked twice, so he has scored 3 runs. The 1-0 on the way. Fastball, a little bit low. Ohtani kept the hands back. And it's 2 balls and nothing. Ohtani, the designated hitter next year. You'd like to think he'll be back on the mound. Remember now, this is a guy who's also back from Tommy John surgery with all he's done. The 2-0 taken low, 3 balls and no strikes.
And the Dodgers still ran to the checkbook for $700 million over 10 years, whatever it takes.
10 years is a long time. I wonder how many of those 10 years Ohtani will pitch. The 3-0 taken outside ball 4. Well, the Mets are 3 runs down, but I think at this point you just can't afford to be putting people on, pitch arounds or not. And that's going to be it for Buto, who walks Ohtani. So he is 1 for 1, a homer, and now 3 walks. And Phil Maton will come into the game with the Dodgers leading 5-2, 1 out, top 6. This pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
Hey, New York fans. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon in New York City's got you. Trade in any phone from one of their top brands in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Switch now and save. Available at a New York City area Verizon store.
With over 30 stores to serve you, a rewards app that earns you free groceries, and a shop online service that delivers right to your door, what are you waiting for? Download the Food Bazaar Rewards app and get 10,000 bonus points after your first purchase. Visit foodbazaar.com.
As the playoffs heat up, stay hydrated with ReadyRefresh. At the office or at home, ReadyRefresh has amazing deals on all bottled water. From case packs to water filtration to 5-gallon bottles. Delivered right to your door. Score more and skip the store. ReadyRefresh ensures you're hydrated for every inning. ReadyRefresh even has a great assortment of water dispensers and offers pro cleaning services for every model. ReadyRefresh, your ultimate game day hydration partner. Order now at ReadyRefresh.com.
The family of Casamigos tequilas, Añejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and now introducing the new Casamigos Jalapeno. Casamigos tequila brought to you by those who drink it and love it. Remind you to enjoy today's game responsibly.
Well, with 1 out in the top of the 6th inning, Shohei Ohtani has walked for the 3rd time in this game. That was the last pitch thrown by Jose Buto, so he gives way to Phil Maton, right-handed reliever, the 3rd pitcher the Mets have used tonight. He will face Mookie Betts, who hit the 2-run double in the 4th inning, which brought Chris Taylor home, as well as Shohei Ohtani, who scored from first. Really the first time, I think, defensively, that you could really see how compromised Brandon Nimmo's mobility is. I think a healthy Nimmo would have been able to keep that ball from going all the way to the wall and probably would have required Ohtani to stop at 3rd, but he was able to come around to score the 5th Dodger run. And now Ohtani's the runner at first with Mookie Betts at the plate again. Betts 2 for 3, including those 2 RBIs, and immediately Maton throws to first. And Ohtani, he of the 59 regular season stolen bases, is back easily. And this Mets staff, in addition to all the walks, generally do not hold runners on very well. Pitch to Betts. That's in for a called strike, a cutter, and it's 0-1. Teoscar Hernandez is on deck. Crowd really quiet and somewhat disengaged right now, which is just what the Dodgers want. And here's the 0-1. That's taken outside, 1-1.
Except for that pocket, who probably heard us talking about that.
Probably. And that's organic. You know, that wasn't the video board. But it's the crowd realizing how quiet things have gotten and making a conscious move to change it. The 1-1 taken low, 2 balls and 1 strike. I guess we're just sort of simpatico there, in sync with the thinking of what a Met fan's feeling right now. It's like, come on now, there's still a ways to go here. I think that's what that "Let's Go Mets" chant was about. The 2-1 foul back to the screen. It's 2-2. It's very easy to fall prey to a situation where you're behind a few runs and you start feeling like maybe this is starting to slip away. And then you realize the reason you're here in the first place and what the Mets have done to get here. All the tremendous comebacks and thrills they've given these fans all year. And it's almost as though that kind of factored and filtered into their collective psyches at once. The 2-2 hit in the air to left field and deep. Nimmo back onto the track at the wall. It's gone. And that'll certainly change that psyche again of the fans, as they are as quiet as at any time maybe this season. Mookie Betts has hit a 2-run homer over the Great Wall of Flushing in left field, scoring Ohtani ahead of him, and the Dodgers take a 7-2 lead.
I mean, truly, we are just seeing in front of our eyes a really, really, really good team that is ready for a moment like this. That's why this is such a tough task for what has been a magical season for the Mets. I mean, certainly far from over, but boy, every time the Mets are hanging in, the Dodgers with another punch.
We've talked about the injuries they've overcome, and yet they won 98 games. Now, and you've got Ohtani and Betts 1-2 in your batting order. You're still in pretty good shape, regardless of who else is there and who's not. So 7-2 Dodgers now. And here is Teoscar Hernandez. Maton deals in tied ball one. Of course, it's not the first time that we've seen Maton struggle with a home run ball, because you go back to the series against the Milwaukee Brewers, the wild card series. 1-0 to Hernandez taken low. And the count 2 balls and no strikes. The game was a 3-2 Mets lead going to the bottom of the 8th inning. And Maton gave up 2 home runs in the inning. 2-0 on the way. A sinker low inside, 3-0. First batter he faced was Jackson Chourio, who hit a home run. And that tied the game. And then later in the inning, it was Garrett Mitchell with a 2-run home run. Maton gave up a homer to his first batter tonight. And then the 3-0 to Teoscar Hernandez is inside ball 4. And so the injury update is brought to you by the Rothenberg Law Firm. If you're injured in an accident, the game plan is simple. Just go to injurylawyer.com. The only injury right now is to the psyche of these fans who are collectively at once trying to bring themselves back into focus. And with one swing, Mookie Betts changed all of that.
Yeah, Mets are going to get together on the mound here to cool down Phil Maton, and it's just something that kind of evolves onto itself like a little bit of an avalanche. I know we've talked about all of the walks, and it seems like, again, a broken record, but it's the walk to Shohei Ohtani set up Betts to hit a 2-run homer, and then Maton gives up the homer and goes, well, I got to be really, really careful, because anytime I fire a pitch in the zone, I just got burned by a homer. I don't want it to happen again. And he turns around and walks Teoscar Hernandez on 4 pitches. So they're tough to pitch to, and then you pitch to them, and they hurt you, and you don't want to pitch to them again. And it's this almost never-ending cycle.
Mookie Betts, the star of this show. Single, double, homer, 4 RBIs. Here's Tommy Edman, and he fouls the first pitch straight back to the screen. It's 0-1 to the Dodgers shortstop. I don't think they envisioned Tommy Edman. Of course, they didn't pick him up until right around the trade deadline, but this is a guy who stepped in, and he's done a great job. And the 0-1 rolled to short, and the door up with it, shovels to second one. Iglesias' throw to first, too late. Edman beats it out. So an exchange of base runners on the fielder's choice. Teoscar Hernandez out at second, 6-4. And on at first is Tommy Edman with 2 men away. That will bring up Enrique Hernandez.
That Mets bullpen behind Maton is certainly quiet, and now again the game's going to dictate. Carlos Mendoza's been answering this question for 3 days. Game's going to dictate how the Mets will use David Peterson. Well, I think Peterson's going to sit down at least for the night at this moment.
So here's Hernandez, and the first pitch taken outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Maton missing with a sinker. Maton works from the first base side of the rubber. And the 0-1 to the right-hand batter. That's on the outside corner, a called strike. So 0-2 on Hernandez, who's flied to right, singled in a run with an infield hit to short, and struck out. That's now out hit 7-4. The Dodgers lead 7-2. They have piled up a lot of runs in this series. Runner goes. The 0-2 taken outside. Throw by Alvarez, not nearly in time. Or did he? What are we calling here?
I think he struck out. They called it strike 3 at home plate. That was Nick Lentz said he went around on the swing.
Okay, and only now do the Mets start coming off the field. And the crowd responds after the Dodgers have scored 2 runs on 1 hit. A homer by Betts. No errors. Of course, that throw to second immaterial. 1 man left. And in the middle of the 6th inning, it's the Dodgers 7 and the Mets 2 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Gin and Juice by Dre and Snoop, a proud partner of the Mets. It's a ready-to-drink premium seltzer that comes in 4 gin-based all-natural flavors: citrus, melon, passion fruit, and apricot. Only 3 grams of sugar and 130 calories. Make these playoffs memorable with Gin and Juice, and cheers to a victory.
Did you know that California Cryobank, the #1 sperm...
Cheers, baseball fans! Now is the time to let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Where are you watching the NLCS from? Let us know. International, put out your flag emoji in the chat. Let us know what city and state or city and province you're watching in if you're here in North America. And let's have some fun. This is the best part of the night when we get to see how far out our reach goes throughout this planet. Thank you for being here. So glad that all of you could join us from all corners of the globe. Now let's get back to the baseball. Let's have some fun and chat it up.
MZ Mazda. Call 833-853-2970 for lease details. Excludes tax, title, and registration. 0 security deposit. VIN R053-6393. MSRP $37.95. APR $27.78 for $1,000 finance. Ends 10/31/24.
New York Community Bank is now Flagstar Bank. We're the same friendly faces, same great service, and same local branches. Only now we have an all-new name, all-new look, and even more banking solutions. Flagstar Bank. Let's align the stars. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Everybody loves the long ball, but nobody likes the long haul to get groceries, right? Go to shop.foodbazaar.com and use promo code FANSGET10 for $10 off $50 and your first delivery free. That's shop.foodbazaar.com.
Dodgers 7, Mets 2 as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Thank you to our sponsor, Veterinary Emergency Group, Veg ER for pets. Go to VEG.com to find the location nearest you. Let's need to find that mojo again. As they have, I'll tell you what, they pull this off somehow. This be the granddaddy of all their comebacks in what's been a comeback-themed late regular season and postseason for the Mets. They're down in games, 2-1 in this best-of-7 series. They are now down 7-2 to a Dodgers team that scored 9 runs in Game 1, and after the Mets won 7-3 in Game 2 after that 9-0 shutout. 8-0 Dodgers last night. 7-2 Dodgers as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning tonight, and Brandon Nimmo leads off for New York against Evan Phillips. And the first pitch to him is a fastball on the outside corner, strike 1 called. Nimmo was struck out and driven in a run with a fielder's choice, and full marks to Nimmo. We've talked about his mobility limitations and chasing down a hit that went to the wall. The 0-1 taken low, 1-1, but he still had enough to get down the line, even though they needed to review it and challenge, and the Mets won the challenge, to basically beat out what would have been a double play that would have ended the inning. The 1-1, breaking ball in for a called strike, the sweeper, and it's 1-2. I think Brandon thought that ball was down.
Looked like a pitch that went around the outside corner of the plate at the bottom, and not a call that Nimmo loved.
So he took his time out, and now it starts to settle back in as the pitch count is moving. 1-2 to Brandon. Now Phillips ready. The pitch, swinging a pop foul, going straight back out of play. By the way, we've talked so much about tomorrow. You should know that tomorrow's first pitch will be 3 hours earlier at 5:08. Mets are planning to fly to Los Angeles tomorrow if there will be a Game 6. The 1-2 line down the left field line, slicing foul. And then they do have a choice. They could go, should the situation require a trip to L.A., either tomorrow night after the game or Saturday morning. And right now, the plan is to go right after the game tomorrow. I wonder if that would change pending the outcome of this game. If the Dodgers were to win, and there would be no guarantee yet of a 6th game, would the Mets maybe stay back a night? But we'll see. 1-2 to Nimmo. Loop towards third, over the glove of Hernandez. A base hit going into left field for Nimmo. Well, Brandon takes a big turn at first and down 5 runs. Mets have to start somewhere. And a good at-bat again by Brandon Nimmo, as he just shoots one the other way with kind of a 3/4 swing. And the Mets get the leadoff man on. It's their 5th hit. Starling Marte will be next.
Well, again, in these moments, Nimmo, there's no look to the dugout, no pinch runner for him. He is going to bulldog through this entire series.
Here's Marte. Right-hand batter. The first pitch in tight near his arm. 1 ball and no strikes.
Even last night when it was a little bit of a runaway for the Dodgers late, Carlos Mendoza said to Brandon, "Do you want me to take you out?" And he said, "No, I want to stay in the game." That's the kind of guy Brandon is.
Sometimes people think it's all about the money. Brandon's already got his. And yet here he is. The 1-0. Take it outside. 2-0 to Marte. Phillips misses with a fastball.
The Dodgers are getting their lefty Anthony Banda up. Again, he's the only lefty in the bullpen, and it's strategic, too, because the Mets do have both McNeil and Winker available. And we've seen Dave Roberts do this. Now, Banda's not in the game yet, but here in the 6th versus maybe the 8th or the 9th, Dave Roberts feels the game and the changes and the substitutions and the pinch hitting might happen just as he did yesterday. And that's why he has Banda up so early in this game, even though a lot of righties are coming up.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of the reason. 2-0 the count. You're not afraid to use him against the righties. 2-0 on the way. Swinging a hard hit, grounded to third off the glove of a diving Hernandez. Trickles into short left field. Chased down by Edman. Nimmo to second. He'll stop there. And the base hit by Marte gives the Mets runners at first and second. Nobody out. J.D. Martinez coming up. And this is what having Banda ready is all about. Because if, for example, and it's not going to happen right now because J.D. Martinez is in the batter's box, if Carlos Mendoza was thinking about going to Winker or McNeil here, well, Banda would be all set to come in.
That's exactly why Dave Roberts is playing this chess match. So now it's up to Martinez, who has had an 0-for-2 night in there against Yoshinobu Yamamoto, but now in staying in there against the bullpen, trying to keep the line moving.
So J.D. Martinez, 0-for-2 tonight. Right-hand batter, Phillips deals. And a breaking ball in for a called strike. It's 0-1. J.D. is struck out and flied to right. He is 4-for-18 with 7 strikeouts in the postseason. 7-2 Dodgers, but the Mets have 2 on, nobody out here in the 6th inning. Phillips sets. Now the 0-1. Breaking ball missed away. The sweeper down and out. And it's 1-1. Veteran J.D. Martinez, who paid off handsomely for most of the first 4 months of the season, went cold in August and has not reheated since. The 1-1. Fastball hit hard and foul into the Authenticator's box right next to the Mets dugout on the first base side.
As it goes skimming by, Authenticator quickly.
The count 1-2. That's probably what they do.
Get the stamp.
1-2 to J.D. Martinez. Phillips ready, now the pitch. Outside and high, a fastball at 97, ball 2. Jose Iglesias on deck, and Harrison Bader. And again, Banda's up there in case Carlos Mendoza wanted to go to one of those 2 left-handed bats. 2-2 pitch. Low and away with a breaking ball, ball 3. Oh, now the crowd once again trying to re-engage itself as the Mets trying to make them even more engaged. 3-2 to Martinez. 2 on, nobody out. Here's the pitch. Fastball inside, ball 4. The bases are loaded. So here is the Mets' invitation to get right back into this thing. Bases loaded, nobody out. And Mark Pryor, the Dodgers pitching coach, is going to take a slow walk out to the mound. Jose Iglesias due up for the Mets. A pause for station identification.
You're listening to the National League Championship Series on SiriusXM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89.
Howie Rose, Keith Thread with you at suddenly re-energized Citi Field, where the Dodgers have taken a lot of the energy away from the fans in this game. It is 7-2 Los Angeles, but the Mets have the bases loaded, nobody out. Mark Pryor continuing to talk with his pitcher Evan Phillips, with Jose Iglesias, Harrison Bader, and Francisco Alvarez, the bottom third of the Mets order, the next three scheduled hitters.
So the Dodgers, as that mound visit began, they again have Anthony Banda up, the lefty. They just got Blake Trinan, their closer, up, the right-hander. And you have Evan Phillips, who has been literally perfect all postseason until tonight. Bases loaded, nobody out. So a guy who's been so good now with an opening for the Mets. Mets have to take advantage here in the bottom of the sixth.
Well, Iglesias 1 for 2. Phillips ready. He'll work from the stretch. The outfield not deep at all. And the first pitch, fastball, and that's in for a called strike. 0-1, a 96-mile-an-hour sinker. Iglesias singled in the second, hit back to the mound in the fourth. Infield back at double play depth, the 0-1. Lifted in the air to right, it's slicing towards the sidewall. Betts hustling over, runs out of room. It's in the seats, a foul ball. And the count 0-2.
Jeff McNeil has now jumped into the on-deck circle. That would be Harrison Bader's spot in the lineup. So a lefty, which would force Dave Roberts' hand on his end.
You would think that's where Bondo would enter the game. He's had more than enough time to be ready, and they've got a righty up there too, Blake Trinan. 0-2 to Iglesias. Here's the pitch. Low outside with a breaking ball, stopped by a sliding catcher, Will Smith. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. So 2 singles and a walk. The Mets are open for business here in the 6th inning. They're down 5. One big swing makes this a whole different game. Ball and 2 strikes on Iglesias. Phillips comes set. Now the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Just threw a fastball right by him. Simple as that. 96-mile-an-hour heater. Looks like Jeff McNeil's going to be announced. See what Dave Roberts does. McNeil headed to the batter's box. No move yet in the Dodger dugout.
I think that strikeout was a mark for Dave Roberts to think, okay, 1 down here, we're up by 5. Do I really want to go grab that lefty? If Phillips is fighting it, that's what you have. That's the kind of grace you're given when you're up by 5 runs. You don't have to manage as if one swing ties the game, even though it can feel like that. So Roberts is going to have Phillips face the lefty, and he's done okay against both sides. Certainly has the advantage against righties, but the Mets are hoping the advantage here is on Jeff McNeil.
Jeff 0 for 2 in a pair of pinch hitting appearances in this series during the regular season, which ended early because of a broken wrist. He hit just .238 with 12 homers and 44 RBIs. A guy who won the batting title 2 years ago. Remember, he likes to ambush pitchers now and then. We'll see if he's looking to do that to Phillips here. Bases loaded, 1 out. 7-2 Dodgers in the 6th. First pitch, he does swing and misses the sweeper. It's 0-1. Swung right over top of it. He's batting for Harrison Bader, who struck out twice. So now 10 Mets have struck out in this game. 1 out in the 6th inning. The 0-1 pitch. Little punch job in the air, foul outside third. That'll settle into the seats. And McNeil, who at his best is one of the toughest hitters to strike out in the National League, is behind in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. McNeil struck out 68 times this season. 0-2 the count. Phillips sets. Here's the pitch. Foul back to the screen, went after a fastball that was up and probably out of the strike zone. McNeil fouled it back.
Again, with Nimmo at third base, McNeil, if he does pop one up to the outfield, maybe for a sac fly, it has to be really deep. Nimmo running on that bump, plantar fasciitis heel.
Marte's at second, Martinez at first, the rest of the base runners. 0-2, now the pitch. Swing on a grounder foul over by the Mets dugout. So it remains 0-2 to McNeil. Listen to Beat at the Apple, the new Mets podcast. Join hosts Vito Calise and Jonathan Barron for exclusive access to the Mets, plus a weekly interview with manager Carlos Mendoza. Subscribe at all major podcast providers or the Mets YouTube channel. 0-2. Fly has really shallow in center. Same for Teoscar Hernandez in left. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball just missed low. 1-2. It was definitely down. And so McNeil with a 1-ball, 2-strike count now. His bat heated up later on in the season. 1-2. Phillips deals. Swinging a fly ball not too deep, right center, hustling over the center fielder. Pages makes the catch. All Nimmo could do is draw the throw, which comes in on one hop to the plate. And that's 2 out and the bases remain loaded. And between being down 5 runs and being compromised by the plantar fasciitis, there's just nothing that Mike Sarbaugh could do except hold Nimmo. 2 men away, and Francisco Alvarez due up. It looks like they're going to announce Jesse Winker, and that brings Dave Roberts out of the dugout, and now he'll go to his lefty, Anthony Bonda.
Well, he had Bonda sitting down. He just sat him down after McNeil hit, so we'll see. Trinan is still throwing. He's going to go to Trinan here, the righty. How about that?
Okay. This pitching change brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects.
What's up, insiders? Thank you for hanging out with us tonight in the NLCS. Yes, it is game number 4. The Dodgers up big. We are in a pitching change, so we'll just take a second to jump in here and say thank you to our new members. New members tonight, Akron Zippy, Elizabeth M., and Michael S. Thank you for joining as insiders. It's been a heck of a night here on TSI. Lots of fun in the chat. Keep it classy, ladies and gentlemen, please. Let's have a good time and enjoy the baseball game. Now let's get back to that baseball game. Mets, this is your chance. Let's go. Get something going here, Mets. Yes, I'm pulling for the Mets. I'm a Toronto guy, but I'm pulling for the Mets. Sorry, Dodgers fans. We love you too. Thank you all for being here. Cheers, everybody.
Place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
Well, Blake Trinan, the right-hander, will come out of the bullpen to face Mets pinch hitter Jesse Winker. Winker batting for Francisco Alvarez. And so, Mets will get the left-handed batter up against a different right-handed pitcher than Evan Phillips, who got 2 outs after loading the bases with nobody out. Now, Trinan and Winker have seen each other just once before, and Winker struck out against Trinan. So, right here, Trinan, one of many who can close games for the Dodgers. And I'm sure that Dave Roberts is looking at this situation as akin to what he would want his closer to do. Get the out here with the Dodgers leading by 5. And maybe that makes the last 3 innings a lot more flexible for Dave Roberts. But right here, Winker is going to try and turn that around on the Dodger manager. So Jesse Winker, who, you know, he's had a bad back or a sore back. He's had 15 postseason at-bats with 4 hits, including a homer. And here he is now facing Trinan. And the first pitch on the way. A breaking ball over for a called strike. He starts with a sweeper and gets it over. And it's 0-1. Nimmo at third, Marte at second, Martinez at first, 2 men away. We're in the bottom of the sixth, 7-2 Dodgers. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball hit deep to right field. Back goes Betts onto the track. He'll have a play, and he makes the catch on the warning track right in front of the Payson Cadillac Club. And that retires the side. The Mets had the bases loaded, nobody out, and failed to score. 2 hits, 3 left. They've now left 7 aboard, and at the end of 6 innings, it's the Dodgers 7 and the Mets 2 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
When news breaks in fantasy football,
Devontae Adams going to the Jets, baby!
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place to turn for instant analysis.
Rodgers, now all of a sudden, hey, Superflex.
Hear instant reaction and how it impacts your lineup on Fantasy Sports Radio. Channel 87.
Amari Cooper has been traded to the Buffalo Bills. Does hurt.
Cheers, baseball fans! Now is the time to let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Where are you watching the NLCS from? Let us know. International, put out your flag emoji in the chat. Let us know what city and state or city and province you're watching in if you're here in North America. And let's have some fun. This is the best part of the night when we get to see how far out our reach goes throughout this planet. Thank you for being here. So glad that all of you could join us from all corners of the globe. Now let's get back to the baseball. Let's have some fun and chat it up. All right, big shout out to the Philippines in the house tonight. Look at that. Philippines showing up big, and there's the USA flags. I love it. I'm here in the U.S. as well. I was born in Toronto, grew up in Toronto, but I've been in the States since I went to school here and work and live here now. Cheers, everybody. LA in the house, showing up big tonight. We appreciate you, Dodgers fans. There's Stefan with the Canada flag and the Leafs emojis. I love it, Stefan. Nice work tonight, man. It's been crazy. It's been a heck of a night. I appreciate you, brother. And there you go. We got a shout out to the Sewer King, says Milo Romo. All right, whatever. There you go. Two Line Productions. Go Toronto. I love it. San Diego in the house. Mary, we see you, Mary. Maryland in the house as well. Very cool. Oklahoma, USA, go Mets. All right, back to the baseball. The Mets really missed that opportunity there, but we'll see. They'll pull back. There's still time. Top of the 7th. Cheers, everybody. Good luck to your team.
In the 7th inning, Keith.
And defensively for the Mets, Luis Torrens is now catching his first postseason action in a while, and Tyrone Taylor goes out to center field. So once again, it's up to Phil Maton, just trying to hold serve. Mets will have 9 offensive outs to work with, although they did just have a pretty good chance there, bottom of the 6th. Here's Max Muncy, the legend of Max Muncy. First pitch takes a strike on the outside corner from Maton, and it's 0-1. The legend of Max Muncy is that he has been on in 11 straight plate appearances, which is a single postseason record. 0-1. Muncy hits it hard up the middle, a base hit going into center field. The legend continues. It's unbelievable right now for Max Muncy, who literally has not been retired since the 2nd inning of Game 2, when he, by the way, hit a hard line drive to the center field to Tyrone Taylor. So Muncy is on again, and here comes Will Smith. And for Maton right now, he is out there all by his lonesome. Nobody up in the Mets bullpen. It's a 5-run game. Only up to the Mets offense to try to chip away, and then the Mets will go to a different high-leverage reliever. First pitch to Smith is outside with ball 1. Will Smith tonight is 0 for 3. Did reach, though, on a fielder's choice in the 2nd, even though that is an 0-fer. He's also popped out and flied out to center. A right-handed hitter. Maton deals the 1-0 and hits the inside corner of fastball strike, and it's 1-1. 7-2 Dodgers in Game 4. The infield back. Maton lifts the leg and deals home. And a pitch fisted foul over the first base dugout and into the crowd. 1-2. well, certainly not a sweet taste right now for these Mets fans, but we had a little sweet taste from Schwartz and Carl Place. Stan, thank you for the marshmallow treats that you gifted us here in the radio booth for the entire crew. It works out on these cold October nights, a little sweet treat. 1-2 to Smith. Breaking ball got him. Down he goes on the sweeper. Well, Maton with a strikeout, one away in the 7th, with the Dodgers ahead 7-2. And we're coming to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So now Andy Pages. And the Mets do have a lefty up, but it is Danny Young behind Maton. Runner at first, one out. Pitch. Pages takes low and in. 1 ball and no strikes. Mets, by the way, in the bottom of the 7th inning, again, 9 outs to work with. They'll have Lindor, Vientos, and Alonso. So top of the order, chasing 5 at the present moment. 1-0 in tight near his hands. 2-0 on Andy Pages. Pages 0 for 3. Bottom of the lineup, 7 through 9, has been somewhat kept in check by the Mets pitching staff. It's really been a deep Dodger lineup, no matter the day. 2-0. Strike pierces the outside corner, a cutter, and it's 2-1. I think that was kind of getting at the Mets earlier in the series, even though it's only game 4 of a best of 7. At the bottom of the order, guys like Tommy Edman, you learned his name probably more than you expected to, that were doing some damage. Well, tonight that has been kept in check, and the big boys have not. 2-1, grounded foul, third base side, 2-2. Well, today it has been the top of the order with Ohtani and Betts. That have been a nightmare. Ohtani, a home run, 3 walks. And by the way, all 3 times that he walked came in to score because the guy behind him, Mookie Betts, is 3 for 4 with 4 ribbies. 2-2, ran inside and I think it hit him. Got him on the hand. They appeal to first base to David Rackley to confirm that, and it is a hit by pitch for Pages. They were confirming whether or not the ball hit the bat as a foul ball. And it looks like the Mets are not even going to take a look and see if this did or did not, even though we get a replay in our booth. And it definitely hit him in the wrist. So Pages hit by a pitch on a 2-2 as they inspect him right around home plate. Muncy at second, Pages the runner at first. And who knows about the length of Maton here with Danny Young warming up. Maton came on for the 6th. He has already seen 7 batters and has picked up 3 total outs. So as Pages gets to first, Chris Taylor ready to hit. And Maton's going to stay in the game for now. Taylor climbs in with his patented blue socks pulled up to his knees. Great pants, great top tonight for the Dodgers in their road uniforms. 7-2 LA, top of the 7th, 1 out. Pitch. Taylor cuts and misses and falls to the ground. That's how big that swing was for Taylor. The count 0-1. Tonight's Speed Report brought to you by Verizon, powered by the network New York City relies on. I'll say the speed at which the Dodgers have not only regained the lead at times, but added on. 0-1, lifted foul to the right side, 0-2. It's been tough to play catch-up, really, with the Dodgers. That's kind of the long and short of it right now. And again, every time the Mets answered back, the Dodgers not only answered back, but answered back with more. They have a 7-2 lead here in the 7th. 0-2. Outside with a curve. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Now the game began with an Ohtani home run to lead off, but the Mets answered right back in the bottom of the 1st, and Mark Vientos tied it up. Then as the Dodgers scored 2 in the top of the 3rd, make it 3-1. Mets rallied and got 1 back, but that was it, and that's been it. Since that point, the Dodgers have added 4 more runs. 1-2. Taylor down, swing and chase the curve. Now Maton stretches the zone far and wide, down and away. Taylor is done, and so is Maton. 2 on, 2 out. Ohtani going to see lefty Danny Young, who comes on. 7-2 Dodgers in the 7th. This pitching change brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
When you're number one, it's always good to remember who helped you get there. For the Ray Catena family of dealerships, it's an easy call. They're customers. It's why Ray Catena is the premier luxury automotive group in New Jersey and New York. Their game plan is simple. It's to always put the customer first with legendary customer service and the brands they trust the most. Mercedes-Benz, Lexus, Audi, Porsche, BMW, Land Rover, Infiniti, Jaguar, Mini, and Sprinter. Visit a Ray Catena dealership or go to raycatena.com.
Kickboxing knock out your knee? We've got specialists for that. Not feeling the love after your last tennis match? We've got specialists for that. Orland & Cohen's top orthopedic team has the specialized expertise, extensive training from the nation's best programs, and years of experience to tackle each of your orthopedic needs so you can feel better, faster. Locations across Long Island, open 7 days a week, and now open in Kew Gardens as well. Visit OrlandCohen.com.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show-stopping wows, your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Now Danny Young comes on here in this top of the 7th inning where the Dodgers have runners at first and second but 2 outs. Phil Maton did strike out Chris Taylor, who is his final hitter, and that's what brings Danny Young into the game. But really more to the point is Shohei Ohtani, who bats now, is the reason why Danny Young is on. The lefty against the lefty, Shohei Ohtani, who as he comes to home plate is blowing on his hands. It is a little bit of a cooler night, 54 degrees. They're playing out in LA. Games 1 and 2 is about 73, 74 degrees, so 20 degrees colder, but Dodgers have been nothing but hot since we got here. Game 3 last night, an 8-0 win. Dodgers are ahead here in Game 4, 7-2. Now Muncy at second, Pages at first, infield back. 2 outs, first pitch. Missed away with a fastball, 1 ball and no strikes. You know, in these postseasons too, everywhere in the league, they open the gates a little bit earlier for fans to come in and watch batting practice, but you'll never see Ohtani on the field for that. 1-0. Across the outside corner, a sinker strike, and it's 1-1. He is very, very routine-oriented and methodical. He does not take on-field batting practice. Everything is in the cage. Young's 1-1. Ohtani flails over a sweeper. Good pitch. 1-2. And again, every time Ohtani swings, he has eyes for that Coca-Cola corner, which he hit last night in his final at-bat. And then the first inning today, he went bullpen right center. But Young has him 1-2. Mets down 7-2 here in the 7th. 2 on and 2 out. Young steps off and watches Muncy, who's bouncing at second, go back to the bag, with Pages going back to first. Ohtani a homer, 3 walks, 4 runs scored tonight. Young's 1-2. Broken back grounder right side. Here comes Iglesias to field. Underhand flip in time to get the speedy Ohtani. Inning over. Broken back grounder there from Ohtani. The barrel went flying toward Danny Young and rested in the grass out by the mound, but Young walks off without giving up anything. No runs, a hit batsman, 2 left. Middle of 7 here at Citi Field in Game 4. Dodgers ahead 7-2. 7th inning stretch brought to you by Gin and Juice. Ready to drink cocktail, a lightly carbonated seltzer, an official partner of the New York Mets.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows,
Your top of the mountain wows. Your show-stopping wows. Your cork-popping wows. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow. Hey, New York fans. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break...
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Thank you for being here. Cheers to that. We really appreciate you all being here, watching this game, hanging out with us, making a difference in our sports community. Just by being here, a portion of our proceeds does get donated to Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. So thank you for being here and chatting it up. I just had to stop the action to show that I really appreciate every single one of you that are here listening to this game, watching this game, chatting it up, having a good time. So please, if you can, share the link out. Let's get more of our friends here to chat it up, and let's get back to the baseball. Thank you all again. I appreciate it. Cheers, everybody. Good luck to your team.
And the top of the order is coming up. Mets have 9 outs to work with here to try to come back in this game and even this series. Dodgers lead 2-1 in this best of 7. It's basically a race to who can get to 4 wins the fastest. Dodgers have 2, Mets have 1. And Lindor, Vientos, and Alonso will take their cuts against Blake Trinan, who carries over. He got the last out of the 6th, taking over in the 7th. And singing My Girl. Tomorrow's going to be something here. First pitch to Lindor batting left. Trinan misses outside with ball 1. Again, if you missed it, tomorrow the Temptations will be here. The Temptations. They'll sing the anthem, and they're going to live perform Lindor's walk-up song, My Girl. 1-0, down and in, 2 balls and no strikes. And that is a 5:08 first pitch tomorrow. Don't know the starting pitchers yet. Neither side would certainly tip their hand. 2-0 to Lindor coming. Right down the middle, a sinker strike at 96, and it's 2-1. Nobody up in the Dodger bullpen right now. There was a lot of action there in the 6th, so the Mets had the bases loaded, nobody out, but did not score. Trying to leans back, the 2-1 coming. This is high and in, 3 balls and a strike. Lindor 1 for 3 tonight, singled into the 3rd inning. He's also grounded out and struck out. And I don't have to bore you with all the numbers, but these two teams really are defined by one player each. 3-1. Lindor hits it hard up the middle and past the diving Edman into center field, a base hit. Well, really, as the story goes, turns out for the Dodgers and the Mets, as Ohtani goes, so do the Dodgers. As Lindor goes, so do the Mets. And really, when those guys are hitting and performing, it's hard to ask them to do that every single night of the year, 162 in playoffs. But as they do well, so do the Mets. And so Lindor at least setting the table here in the 7th. A leadoff single. So now Mark Vientos, bottom 7. Mets chasing 5. Trinan holds his set. Pitch. Hit hard on the ground is short. Edman's got it. Flipped to second. 1. Taylor throw to first. Offline. Vientos is safe. Weird reception by Taylor at second. Offbeat, off rhythm with Edman on the flip, and that is what forced the bad throw to first. Muncy had to get off the bag to his left, and that allowed Vientos to duck, run under Muncy, and into first safely on the fielder's choice.
And Mets are very fortunate there because off the bat, that was a cinch double play with Vientos, a slow runner coming down the line.
Well, not quite the textbook play of the game, brought to you by Malloy University. They know a thing or two about textbooks. At Malloy, you'll think about your future in a whole new way. Here's Alonso, first pitch. Breaking ball nabs the outside corner, snapping in at 84 miles an hour, strike 1. Pete tonight 0 for 2 with a walk. Just 1 for 13 in the series. Vientos at first, 1 out. Trinan's pitch. Down with a sinker, 1 ball and 1 strike. Scoreboard update brought to you by ReadyRefresh, New York's most reliable water delivery service. Now, speaking of delivery, David Fry, a 2-run walk-off homer for Cleveland. Crazy game there to beat the Yankees. The 1-1 bounces up there, blocked by Smith. That keeps the runner at first. 2 balls and a strike. Cleveland beat the Yankees 7-5 in 10. It's kind of a must-win for the Guardians. The Yankees are up 2-0. They almost went up 3-0, but a big 9th inning home run. And then the walk-off by David Fry. Yankees lead the series 2-1. That continues tomorrow. Trying and ready with a 2-1 to Pete. Swing and a miss. Sinker biting down and in. 2-2. Trying in that little goatee. That's all he sticks with. Just a little chin music. No mustache. Those hard sinkers. He's been doing it for years and years. 2-2 to Alonso. Down low with the breaking ball. Count full with Nimmo on deck. Mets 2 runs on 7 hits. Again, down 7-2 here in the bottom of the 7th. Runs tonight. The Mark Vientos solo homer in the 1st. And then a Brandon Nimmo RBI fielder's choice in the 3rd. That was on a reviewed play, almost an inning-ending double play. But Nimmo beat it out to score a run. 3-2. Swing and a miss. A power sinker away. Down goes Alonso for the 2nd out. Pete shaking his head. He has certainly not had the NLCS that he envisioned. And now here is Nimmo. So much of this Mets run has been, of course, a team that began out of, well, how many games over 500? Couple, 4 or 5, and then they made the playoffs. Pitch to Nimmo, breaking ball in for a strike, 0-1. And a team that the word resilient has followed them around all year, for the season, for a game, for an inning, for a moment. Dodgers with a big lead here, 7-2. Mets with just 7 outs to work with tonight in Game 4. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Back foot sweeper, and Nimmo now behind 0-2. Mets really trying to be the darlings of this postseason. Dodgers' best record in baseball. Yankees won their division. Cleveland won their division. Mets the 6th seed, trying to keep that magic going. 0-2. Bounces up there, almost hit him. I don't know how it did it. But it's blocked by Smith. That's a ball and 2 strikes. And that keeps Vientos at first. And again, it's been called a crapshoot, the postseason, and the Dodgers will tell you that because they have been probably one of the best teams, if not the best team in the last decade. 1 World Series to show for it. Mets are in the postseason for the first time in a couple of years. 1-2, fought off foul to the left side and out of play. Now, 2 years ago was a wild card loss to San Diego. 2016, wild card loss to the Giants. That was the year after that beautiful run to the World Series. Fell short of it, though, with Kansas City. But where the Mets are set up right now, you can tell this year the beginning of a good era. 1-2. Nimmo clucks one to the right side. A base hit going into right field. Vientos to second, takes a turn. He's on his way to third as Betts fires the throw towards second. So Nimmo with a good night of the plate sets up first and third with 2 outs. And here comes Starling Marte. Nimmo now 2 hits, 4 tries, and an RBI. And all this on a bad foot. Plantar fasciitis. Been messing with him really since May, he said, but was re-aggravated in that division series against Philadelphia. And ever since we found out about that, it's been so evident in his game. He was hiding it no more. Marte trying to drive in a run and get the Mets going here late in the game, down 5. First pitch. Breaking ball hits the outside corner, called strike 1.
Remember last year, we didn't know during the season that Francisco Lindor was playing with an elbow that was going to require some cleanup surgery at the end of the year.
And he went 30-30.
Yep.
Pretty incredible. Trinan's 0-1. Swing and a miss at a nasty sweeper in the other batter's box. Marte way out in front of a pitch that was way outside the zone, and it's 0-2. You know, that sweeper reminds me, last night, Walker Buehler and Luis Severino were throwing such nasty pitches. Walker Buehler was talking about that postgame. He couldn't even believe how nasty the pitches were. 0-2 off the plate. Backhand stop by Smith. Keeps the runners at first and second. Walker Buehler said last night, the cold weather, maybe it was the crosswind. I mean, this is really getting into the nitty-gritty. But he said his spin rate was the same on his sweeper. He said the same with Severino, but those pitches were moving 2 feet from where they started. That does not happen. That was just an anomaly brought on by the cold weather. 1-2 to Marte. Lifted in the air to right field. Betts turned around, now lines it up shy of the track, makes the catch in front of the right field seats. Side retired. Mets with some traffic, but do not score. Leave a pair, and we go to the 8th. Dodgers ahead 7-2 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble, and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines midfield. It's a race. Picking them up, putting them down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 80.
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We're in the NLCS. Yes, it's a commercial break during the baseball game, so don't worry. We'll be right back to the baseball action. Now, before we do that, please take a minute to hit that subscribe button and help us grow this awesome sports community. We are almost at 50,000. Please help us get there by hitting that subscribe button and turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single baseball playoff game, every single Toronto Maple Leafs hockey game, Raptors games, as well as the CFL playoffs coming up. Make sure you're here, hanging out with us on Toronto Sports Insider. Now, thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Let's get back to the baseball. What a game we've got tonight. Cheers, everybody.
Why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Game 4, 8th inning. Dodgers ahead 7-2. They led from the second pitch. Mets have been trying to play catch-up ever since. And now it is up to Danny Young to try to keep the Dodgers down as the Mets have 6 offensive outs to work with. Young will see Betts, Hernandez, and Edman. And to take you home, here's Howie Rose.
All right, thank you very much, Keith. I want to remind you to stay tuned after the game for the Verizon Mets postgame show. Verizon, the network New York City relies on, because there'll no doubt be some information coming out of there that will get you set up for tomorrow's 5th game. And let's just, for argument's sake, say the Dodgers hold on here and win tonight to go up 3-1. They've got a decision to make about their pitching, because they'll have Jack Flaherty, who was brilliant, 7 shutout innings in Game 1, available on 4 days rest. They also have the option of going to a bullpen game, which they've used in Game 2 of this series, and then have Flaherty and Walker Buehler lined up for potential 6th and 7th games in Los Angeles. And from the Mets standpoint, the fact that we haven't seen David Peterson yet, to me, is pretty indicative of what's up tomorrow. Mookie Betts takes low outside, ball 1. Now, I shouldn't say that with certitude, because there's a reasonable chance that the Mets will still start Kodai Senga. I don't think you can eliminate that. 1-0 to Betts, dribbled foul, little roller to the backstop. The count 1-1. Remember, recently Peterson's been working in relief, so I don't know how much they would realistically expect to get out of him as a starter, and the rest of the staff is lined up behind him. If you get to tomorrow, where you have to win to keep your season going, 1-1 taken inside by Betts, 2-1. There's no sense holding anybody back. So who gives you your best chance to get off to a great start, keep you in the game, and maybe get some runs and start thinking about a Game 6? The answer to that might be Peterson. The 2-1 line to right, a base hit for Mookie Betts, his 4th of the game. Played in by Marte, and boy, Mookie Betts, the star of this show, is aboard with a leadoff single off of Danny Young, and it'll bring up Teoscar Hernandez. So I would think those are the 2 options. Start Senga, back him up with Peterson, or just start Peterson, let him go as long as he can, because you're not saving anybody for anything, and then see how you can fill in behind him depending upon what you're doing offensively. But holding this Dodgers team down, that's a challenge. Teoscar Hernandez takes a called strike, 0-1.
The Mets talked to Kodai Senga, too, about his availability out of the bullpen, and he harkened back to his days in Japan, where as a young player he came out of the bullpen a ton. He may have to harken back to that tomorrow behind Peterson, if that's the way the Mets go.
Yeah. Here's the 0-1 to Hernandez, way inside near his foot. He skips out of the way, falls down. They want to check to see if he swung. He did not on appeal to first. David Rackley says no swing, and the count 1-1. You know, for Senga, that would not be an ideal situation. There is no ideal situation relative to Kodai Senga right now. He just didn't pitch all year. 1-1 to Hernandez, taken outside, a sweeper, 2-1. You know, Carlos Mendoza is quick to say, when you talk about the side of the paper where you make the pluses and minuses, the biggest plus for Senga is that, in Carlos's words, he's an ace. The 2-1 to Hernandez, fastball low, 3-1. Well, that's true when he's healthy and he's had his normal regimen of preparation. But in this sense, this is kind of spring training for him. And you're in the National League Championship Series. So I don't know. 3-1 to Hernandez, taken low, ball 4. I mean, if I had a vote, I'd vote to start Peterson tomorrow and let him go as far as he can and hope he scores some runs and go from there. But that's what Carlos Mendoza and David Stearns and the whole front office, I'm sure, will get together, and coaching staff, and figure it out. They're going to run for Teoscar Hernandez. That's Kevin Kiermaier, I believe, at first base, running for Hernandez as the Dodgers, off after the walk, have first and second, nobody out, and Tommy Edman coming up.
Because I feel as if, you know, if Senga does start, they may have somebody warming up in the bullpen right there and then, the first inning. Because, again, as we found out with Senga, he felt something mechanical off in the pen before the game even started. Still took the mound, thought he could fight through it, and couldn't. And the Mets just didn't catch it in time. They let him go too long.
First pitch to Edman, fouled off of Tommy Edman's foot. The ball rolls up the first baseline, 0-1, and now Edman is in some pain. And on a night that's colder than most nights these guys have played in for months, that stings. And Edman is flexing that right leg.
But tomorrow, Kodai Senga will pitch. It's just a matter of when. And because David Peterson is not stretched out to go the full game, Senga's not stretched out to go the full game. And what we're finding out about this Dodger team is you need to get 27 outs against these guys, not just the first 3 or the first 9. All 27. So if it is 3-1 Dodgers, it's going to be Peterson, Senga, and everybody else, all hands on deck.
See, that's the thing, you know, at least in my opinion, about starting Senga. Why? Here's the 0-1 to Edman. Line towards third, fair ball. Base hit over the glove of Vientos, going into the left field corner. Betts will score. Right behind him is Kiermaier digging for the plate. He will score as well, standing without a relay throw. And on at second with a 2-run double is Tommy Edman, and the Dodgers have opened up a 9-2 lead.
Tommy Edman's trying to mess around here and win an NLCS MVP out of absolutely nowhere, and that swing also sends some folks to the parking lots.
Quite a few of them, in fact. This game now a little over 3 hours old. We're only in the top of the 8th inning, and it's chilly. The Mets' chances are chilled that much more. Still nobody out. Kike Hernandez, the batter. Young deals, and a liner down the right field line, foul the other way, and the count 0-1. So I think it comes down to, can you afford to take a chance that Senga has similar difficulties to what he experienced in Game 1 in L.A. That's where I think the scales would tip in Peterson's favor to start, my opinion. 0-1 to Hernandez, hit in the air to shallow right. That falls in for a base hit. Edman will go to third and stop there as Marte plays it in. And the Dodgers just keep going. 4 base runners, single, walk, 2-run double, single. Still nobody out. Runners at the corners. Danny Young's going to have to figure this out for himself, it would appear, as Max Muncy will be next.
Well, again, Muncy walking in here with 12 straight plate appearances. Can he get on for another one? He's already set a single postseason record. He has not been retired in 12 plate appearances.
How's Luis Angel Acuna's pitching arm? I just don't know that the Mets want to spend another reliever tonight when they're going to need everybody potentially tomorrow. Here's Muncy, and he takes called strike, 0-1.
Well, they still have another run before they can go to a position player. You have to get to that point. Well, you're right. I mean, they still have to cover the top of the 9th.
0-1 to Muncy. Now the pitch. Breaking ball outside, 1-1. I mean, who's remaining in the Mets bullpen? Peterson, not using him. Diaz, certainly not using him. Reed Garrett's a guy who's, pitched in high leverage spots. Can't imagine using him, or for that matter, Stanek. McGill can't throw. The 1-1 swung out and missed. And the count 1-2. So, if the score doesn't spread out just a little bit more to the point where they're eligible for that position player, Danny Young's just going to have to wear this. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Muncy is retired, and that's headline news. Max Muncy had been on base 12 consecutive plate appearances before striking out there for the first out of the 8th inning with the Dodgers leading 9-2.
Well, that's one for the Mets tonight. Finally.
Well, there's that. And now here's Will Smith. And the Dodgers have gotten this far with virtually nothing out of Smith. 0 for 4 in this game. 4 for 31 in the postseason. Takes a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Dodgers have scored 29 runs in this series. The Mets have scored 9. 0-1 to Smith. Pop foul off to the right and out of play downstairs behind first. And the count 0-2. 29-9. Remember, the Dodgers shut the Mets out 2 of the first 3 games, and they had won 4 games via shutout in their last 5 coming in. The 0-2 taken low and away, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The only team with more shutouts in a postseason, 2016 Cleveland Guardians, who had 5. One and 2. Now the pitch to Smith. Swinging a liner up the middle, softly hit, but it finds room. Base hit beyond the reach of Lindor. In to score is Edman. Stopping at second, Hernandez. And on at first with an RBI single, Will Smith. 10-2 Dodgers. And Jeremy Hefner's on his way to the mound to just give Danny Young a breather and tell him, keep going, son. We need you to.
And again, this is not a game in June or July. This is the National League Championship Series. The Dodgers are a team that do not care what the score is. They will not stop. They will not stop until you get them out. And that's what I meant when I was talking about the 27 full outs the Mets will need from everybody tomorrow. And the way this thing is going, they're a team that you have to come beat them. And they are showing. Game 1 was game 1. Okay, the Mets didn't play very well, but last night and today, boy, Dodgers are playing really good baseball.
The last 2 nights, the Mets have now been outscored 18-2 in their own building. So here is Andy Pages. Young sets. First pitch on the way, swung on, hit in the air to right center field and deep. Taylor is back onto the warning track. Now makes the catch moving in from the track to the right of the 380 mark. Fires back in. Going to third is Hernandez. Holding at first is Smith. Long fly ball out to center, and now they're 2 men away.
Again, they're at the point the Mets are. You have to be down by at least 8 to use a position player. They're not going to do that now, but that's what it looks like might be for the 9th. If you are ahead by 10, you only can do that in the 9th inning. So the Mets are at the point now where they can use a position player down by at least 8 at any point in the game.
So here's Taylor. Taylor, the 8th man to bat in the inning. He's 1 for 4. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss at the sweeper. And it's 0-1.
But I will be interested to see how Dave Roberts decides to attack tomorrow. I know we talked about this. Does Jack Flaherty just get out there for the kill shot, so to speak, or do you throw a bullpen game?
The 0-1 on the way, taken down and in, 1-1. I would think you just go with Flaherty and try to get it over with, because you have a day off the next day, and then you could have your bullpen fully rested if it happens to go to a 6th and maybe 7th game. The 1-1 fastball outside, ball 2. You go to a bullpen game, there's no telling how many you might need.
Exactly, and then we'll have to find out post-game. Flaherty pitching tomorrow, would be on regular rest, having pitched on Sunday.
2-1 to Taylor. Now the pitch. Fastball outside, ball 3. That's Baseball's brought to you in part by Sun Cruiser Hard Iced Tea, made with real iced tea and real vodka. Crack one open and let the good times cruise. 3-1. Now the pitch to Taylor. Fastball outside, ball 4. That loads the bases, and the Dodgers will bring Ohtani to the plate as the 9th man to bat in the inning, with Dodgers all over the place. And you can hear the fans getting restless. Some of them don't follow the game as closely as you probably would need to do to fully understand why Danny Young is still in there and the need to preserve arms and everything else. I mean, there are a lot of casual fans who find their way here. Ohtani fouls the first pitch off of his leg, and that was him wincing.
Doing his best Jesus Sanchez impression there with the sound effects. I mean, that hurt, but you don't hear that very often. But I think that hit him in the back leg, which is also very, very rare. Usually you see a guy foul a ball off his front foot. It's hit him in the back knee, the outside of the back knee, because he rotates so hard. Wow.
0-1 the count to Ohtani. Now the pitch. Fastball, that's low and away. 1-1. Dodgers leading 10-2. They've got the bases loaded here in the top of the 8th inning. That close to going up 3-1 in the National League Championship Series. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss at the sweeper. And it's 1-2 to the Dodgers' designated hitter. There had been some scuttlebutt late in the regular season about the Dodgers perhaps using Ohtani to pitch in the postseason. Not going to happen. Here's the 1-2. Swing on a pop foul off to the third base side downstairs.
Well, we say that, but we didn't think that Carlos Mendoza would sit there on the dais and go, Game 1 starter in Philly, Kodai Senga. Could you imagine that tomorrow?
That was a stunner.
That was very much a stunner.
1-2 the count to Ohtani. Now the pitch. Fastball in there, strike 3 called. And that retires the side. However, in the 8th inning, the Dodgers tack on as they scored 3 runs. There were 4 hits, no errors. They leave the bases loaded. Middle of the 8th, Dodgers 10, Mets 2 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Here comes the pitch. Foul ball.
For all your home improvement needs, windows, doors, siding, or roofing, visit unifiedwindows.com or call 888-631-2131.
My man, Dr. Jay Shah, specializing in minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments for neck, back, and sciatica, migraines, and so much more, offers pain-relieving solutions. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell Pain for all their aches and pains. Visit samwellpain.com.
Once your day starts, it doesn't stop. You go and go and go some more. Routines like yours demand reliable tires. Tires that keep up with you. Day after day, mile after mile, season after season. That's why Uniroyal Tires makes the tried and true Uniroyal Tiger Paw Touring All-Season tire. A good tire with great value so you can have total confidence every time you drive. The Uniroyal Tiger Paw Touring All-Season tire. Learn more about Uniroyal Tires at Whitey's Tire Service on Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn or go to uniroyaltires.com.
Rev up the fun with the Honda Civic and HR-V. These vehicles redefine the game when it comes to performance and style. With sporty designs matched by powerful performance, the Civic and HR-V deliver a driving experience like no other. But what really sets these cars apart from the crowd is the spirit of determination that inspires everything we do. That's why we're KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
What's up, baseball fans? The series is shifted. The NLCS is being played at Citi Field, and the Mets have home field advantage hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers. Please take a second to hit that like button down below so we can get more fans of your team here chatting it up, having a good time, cheering them on. Now, as well, you can share this link out. Please click that little arrow with the share and put it out on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, anywhere. Let's get more baseball fans here in the chat hanging out at the best place to watch the NLCS right here on YouTube at Toronto Sports Insider. Now, enough of that. Let's get back to the baseball. Cheers to all of you. Good luck to your team.
Blake Trinan and worked an inning and a third, allowing 2 hits and no runs. Trying to not walk anybody, struck out 1. Mets have left a lot of men on base. They are 0 for 7 with men in scoring position. They have left 9 men aboard through 7. Their best chance at getting back into it after the Dodgers had spread things out. The Dodgers took a 7-2 lead. The Mets in the bottom of the 6th inning loaded the bases with nobody out, couldn't get a run home. And so now J.D. Martinez leads off against Enriquez, righty against righty. And the first pitch is a sinker down and in, ball 1. Enriquez appeared in game 2, wound up pitching the last 2 innings. That's when the Mets would tack on a run in the 9th to make it 7-3, the score by which they won that game. The 1-0 taken outside, 2 balls and no strikes. And there was some thought that maybe Dave Roberts was going to go to Evan Phillips, try to hold the Mets off the board in that 9th inning, keep it a 3-run game, but he decided to, nope, save Phillips, keep the pen as rested as possible. Mets did scratch out that run against Enriquez, but now Martinez takes outside a cutter, and it's 3-0.
You know, we heard after game 1, the press, Dave, what a job. And after game 2, Dave, what are you doing? It's tough out here sometimes.
Dave Roberts knows what he's doing. We've seen that for 9 years. The 3-0 on the way, a fastball in for a called strike. It's 3-1. You know what today is, by the way? It is the Mets' birthday. Literally. It was on this date that the franchise was awarded 64 years ago today to Mrs. Joan Payson. The 3-1 foul back upstairs into the seats to the right of home plate, and the count 3-2. She was the first female owner in baseball who basically used her own money. 3-2 pitch taken low and away, ball 4. And bought the expansion franchise. And she, from all accounts, was a wonderful woman. I never met her. The only mistake she made, it turned out to be a big one, was bringing M. Donald Grant with her to be the board chairman. So Martinez at first, nobody out, and Jose Iglesias the batter. And the pitch on the way. Fastball in for a called strike, 0-1. Mrs. Payson was on the board of directors of the New York Giants and was the only member of that board to vote against the Giants leaving New York. The 0-1 to Iglesias taken down and away, 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's probably one of the craziest things about that whole thing is, the Dodgers went west. Well, they could only go west if they brought somebody with them. That was kind of the rule at that point, and they got the Giants to buy in to go west too.
Here's the 1-1, taken low outside, ball 2. So many machinations there. Walter O'Malley is still largely considered the big villain in the Dodgers move. And ultimately, he was no dummy. He knew what he was doing. He basically gave him the land on which Dodger Stadium was built. Chavez Ravine. 2-1 to Iglesias. Swung on and popped up right side of the infield. Muncy, the first baseman, calling. And he makes the catch, 1 man out. Martinez still at first. And it'll bring up Tyrone Taylor for the first time. But, with further reporting and books that have been written, and columns and articles that have appeared, Robert Moses is the guy who, more than anyone, really blocked anything that O'Malley wanted to do. O'Malley wanted to build a domed stadium on the site of what is now the Barclays Center, or Barclays Center. Tyrone Taylor takes low outside, ball 1. Moses wanted to give him the land which we're sitting in right now, Flushing Meadows. And in so many words, O'Malley figured, well, the Brooklyn Dodgers can't play in Queens. And all the while, Los Angeles was wooing him very aggressively. The 1-0. Taylor takes low and away, ball 2, with the Dodgers leading 10-2, 1 out. Martinez at first here in the last of the 8th inning. But as you mentioned, the other side of that equation was Horace Stoneham, the owner of the Giants. who had eyes on Minneapolis, where the Giants farm team was. The 2-0, a bouncing ball up the middle, backhanded by a sliding Taylor, the second baseman, and he throws to second to get the force play on the sliding Martinez. Good play by Edman to get over there, as he was pulled around a bit towards the hole, so he had to cover some ground, just as Taylor did, ranging to his right. It's a very impressive force play at second, which goes 4-6, and Taylor on at first via the fielder's choice. So 2 men away, and that'll bring up Luis Torrens for the first time. But, O'Malley knew it'd be nice to have company in California to make that rivalry continue to flourish. Taylor taken off for second, not being paid a bit of mind. Torrens takes a called strike, and Taylor goes to second on defensive indifference. But when they showed Horace Stoneham the land where they would build Candlestick Park, they knew what they were doing on 2 counts. Here's the 0-1 to Torrens, popped up foul. First base side out of play downstairs, 0-2. Horace Stoneham rather enjoyed adult beverages, I'm told.
Okay.
So they knew that about him. And they also took him out to the site of Candlestick Park relatively early in the morning, before the winds kicked in, the way they would later in the day and at night. Candlestick Point, early in the day, a whole lot different from Candlestick Point at night, as they would come to find out. We have a pitch comm issue here?
Oh, yeah. 1 a day.
Sure, why not? The count is 0-2 to Torrens. But Stoneham said, yeah, I'll take this. And they built Candlestick Park, and, well, it was not the most comfortable setting in the world, to be sure. What they ended up with eventually with their new park, what is now Oracle Park, that's a dandy. Here's the 0-2 to Torrens. Popped in the air, shallow center, tough play, but out goes Taylor, the second baseman, makes the catch. That retires the side. So no runs, no hits, a walk, 1 left. Happy birthday, the 64th birthday for the New York Mets franchise. Not much of a party here, though, as at the end of 8, it's the Dodgers 10 and the Mets 2 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
The New York Jets are trading for Devontae Adams.
When the sports world is talking, nobody gives you more perspectives than the experts of SiriusXM.
This was a team that clearly was Super Bowl or bust.
Hear instant reaction on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
Which is why you make that trade.
And expert analysis on NFL Radio.
Not going to help the Jets tackle anybody better or protect the quarterback, but Aaron Rodgers wants, Aaron Rodgers gets.
Live sports talk when you need it is on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
If you love golf, then you should never turn off PGA Tour Radio. Hear from the biggest names in the sport.
Champion golfer of the year is Xander Schauffele.
I think best round of golf ever in my life.
Listen to special shows from people who love the game, like rock and roll legend Alice Cooper.
There's a putt, must be 90 feet long, and you make that putt.
And get help with your own game.
You'll get through your iron shots and have predictable distance.
It's all golf, all the time, on PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
In 2024, Scotty Scheffler led the PGA Tour in victories, scoring average, prize money, birdies per round, mug shots, greens and regulation percentage, putting average, second round scoring average. Listen to 2024, the year of Scotty Scheffler, Thursday, November 28th at 7 a.m. on SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app. Should I keep going? Approach from 150 to 175 yards. R4 birdie.
Scotty Scheffler is the Masters champion.
The biggest events in golf are on PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the SiriusXM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the SiriusXM app and search Mets.
Well, we go to the 9th inning, Game 4 of the National League Championship Series, with the Dodgers leading 10-2. There will be another game tomorrow. If you would have said that going into the 9th inning of Game 4 of the League Championship Series, the Dodgers would have outscored the Mets by a total of 30-9 in the first 4 games, you'd have been saying, okay, what time is, when do we hit the first tee? What day? But there will be another game because the Mets were able to win Game 2 7-3. But other than that, all Dodgers. And the Mets will try to push this series to Los Angeles. And we'll find out about the pitching arrangements after the game. Make sure to be listening to the Verizon postgame show. Meanwhile, Danny Young's going to stay on to face Mookie Betts leading off the ninth, and a breaking ball down and in. Did he swing? No, on appeal to first, says David Rackley. It's 1-0. Mookie Betts, the thriving player of this game, brought to you by ThriveWell Infusion, New York's premier infusion and injection center. Saving lives drip by drip. Visit ThriveWellInfusion.com. The 1-0 taken down and in ball 2. Danny Young faced 9 batters in the 8th inning. The Dodgers scored 3. But he's taking the ball here in the 9th to try and get through it. And the 2-0 on the outside corner to Betts. It's 2-1. Mookie's our thriving player of the game because he has a single, a 2-run double, a 2-run homer, another single. He has scored 3 runs. And the 2-1 pulled on the ground foul down the third base line, so it's 2-2. Believe me, Danny Young will get a lot of admiring pats on the back. I mean, it's a little consolation with the Mets down 10-2, but he's helping them save the pen or save the embarrassment of a position player in this spot. 2-2 taken up and in. 3-2 to Betts. Tylor McGill had that job last night. Here's the payoff pitch. Swinging a roller to second, waiting on it, Iglesias. He's got it, throws to first in time, 1 away. So these Dodgers coming to the plate now are doing so for the 6th time through their batting order. So Mookie Betts is 4 for 6. And now Teoscar Hernandez's spot, which is represented by Kevin Kiermaier, will be next. Hernandez went 0 for 3 with 2 walks. Kiermaier ran for him and stayed in the game in center field. First pitch to the left-hand batter, a breaking ball swung on and missed, 0-1. And as a longtime Tampa Bay Ray, I'm sure his heart goes out not only to the people in that area who were battered by Hurricane Milton, but also his old ballpark. The 0-1 sweeper swung on and missed, 0-2. Where will the Rays play, at least at the beginning, if not for the entirety of next year, with the roof of Tropicana Field having blown off? The 0-2 to Kiermaier, a little bit low, 1-2. It's a rhetorical question because we don't have the answer.
Well, I did see, I don't know who's running this, if this is a real Twitter account, but the Montreal Expos said, hey, we have some room up here.
They do. Olympic Stadium. 1-2 pitch, breaking ball down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Kevin Kiermaier, 10 years in Tampa with the Rays, 12-year major leaguer, but he said, this is it. The last go around. As soon as the last out of the year is recorded for his team, he's done.
Well, good for him because he's earned a nice, healthy retirement because he's given his body to baseball. 2-2 on the way, breaking ball down and away, ball 3. This guy runs through walls. Literally.
Yeah, we saw that early in this series. Game 1 out of nowhere, flying into the gap in right center field at Dodger Stadium.
3-2. Now the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a sinker. So 2 men away. And Danny Young picks up his 3rd strikeout. It'll bring up Tommy Edman. Well, Betts has had the big night. Edmonds mentioned it earlier. He's got to be considered a candidate, depending on how this series winds up and when. He might be, he's in line for the MVP of the LCS, Tommy Edman. First pitch on the way, bouncing ball back to the mound, reaching up Young to grab it. Tosses to first in time, side retired. And the Dodgers go in order. And by the way, for the first time in this game, middle of the 9th inning, Dodgers 10, Mets 2 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Whatever your cancer journey, there's one place in New Jersey where our discoveries become your care. You have access to advanced clinical trials thanks to our renowned scientists and multidisciplinary care teams at New Jersey's only NCI-designated comprehensive cancer center. The one world-class cancer program that's close to home. RWJ Barnabas Health and Rutgers Cancer Institute of New Jersey. Let's beat cancer together. Visit rwjbh.org/beatcancer.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip by drip.
If you think the baseball world is competitive, try the professional job market. But there is a way to give yourself an advantage. Berkeley College. Whether you're just starting or looking to advance, Berkeley gives you maximum flexibility.
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We're in the NLCS. Yes, it's a commercial break during the baseball game, so don't worry. We'll be right back to the baseball action. Now, before we do that, please take a minute to hit that subscribe button and help us grow this awesome sports community. We are almost at 50,000. Please help us get there by hitting that subscribe button and turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single baseball playoff game, every single Toronto Maple Leafs hockey game, Raptors games, as well as the CFL playoffs coming up. Make sure you're here, hanging out with us on Toronto Sports Insider. Now, thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Let's get back to the baseball. What a game we've got tonight. Cheers, everybody.
For Edgardo Enriquez, who's on the mound for the Dodgers, certainly no save opportunity with Los Angeles leading 10-2. But LifeVac is always there to save lives. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device. And so a night that began with 43,000 waving towels is winding down with maybe less than a third of that many people in the ballpark right now. And the towels having long since been waved in anything resembling celebration or encouragement, because the Dodgers have beaten the Mets down over the last two games here at Citi Field. As they won 8-0 last night, they lead by 8 again tonight, 10-2. And for the Mets, it'll be the top of their order against Enriquez here in the ninth inning, beginning with Francisco Lindor, who is 2 for 4. And once again, you hear the strains of My Girl. Pitch on the way to Lindor, taken inside for ball one. We mentioned earlier that the Temptation's going to be here tomorrow and perform the national anthem, and then My Girl. Understand there is one surviving original member of the Temptations. The 1-0 fouled back to the screen. That's 2-0. Eddie Kendrick is gone. David Ruffin was the lead singer on My Girl. He passed away young. He died at the age of 50 back in 1991. 1-1. Now the pitch, check swing, foul back to the screen. 1-2. But there is such a big part of the legendary Motown sound. Smokey Robinson had a lot to do with producing the Temptations early on. One-two to Lindor. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Fastball up and away. And Lindor down on strike. So 1 out here in the bottom of the ninth inning.
That song came out 1964, 5 years before the Miracle Mets. First year at Shea Stadium. And it's still, as the kids would say, a banger.
Well, yeah, and it was so good, and Motown was so good, that they survived the British invasion. Vientos swings and misses at a fastball, 0-1, because that was the year, 1964, that the Beatles came to America in February.
Who?
You've heard of those four lads from Liverpool. And that changed everything in music, among other areas. You know, 1 fouled back upstairs to the right of home plate, 0-2. And whereas a lot of artists who were very popular in the late 50s and the early 60s were kind of victimized by the British invasion and the new sound, not Motown, man. They flourished. 0-2 on the way. Vientos lines it up the middle. That's a base hit. And Mark's got his second hit of the game. Boy, he continues to really be a breakout star of this postseason. Remember, Ohtani led this game off with a home run all those years ago, it seems. And then in the bottom of the first inning with 1 out, Mark Vientos tied it up with a home run to right center. And that got those fans back into it, waving the towels and envisioning the Mets pulling into a series tie at some point tonight. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Pete Alonso grounds one up the middle. That's a base hit going into center field. Vientos to second, stops there. The Mets have runners at first and second, 1 out. and Brandon Nimmo coming up. The big boys for the Dodgers, Ohtani and Betts came through. So did Tommy Edman, the unlikely cleanup hitter. Yamamoto started, was okay through 4 1/3. Phillips, Trinan, now Enriquez have followed. So their bullpen will still be in reasonably good shape for tomorrow, and we'll see if in fact it will be Jack Flaherty starting to try to nail it down. Here's Nimmo, the first pitch. Hit on the ground to first. Muncy bobbles, recovers, throws to second for the force play, and that's it. No return throw. So 2 men away as Vientos goes to third. Alonso is out 3-6 on the fielder's choice. So the Mets down to their last out. Starling Marte will be the batter. And don't forget, stay tuned after the game for the Verizon Mets postgame show. Verizon, the network New York City relies on. Got all the information on tomorrow's pitching matchups and more. And again, remember, it's a 5:08 first pitch tomorrow, 3 hours earlier. First pitch, hanging low and away, ball 1. Every minute will be precious if the Mets extend the series and decide to fly after the game tomorrow, which is the tentative plan.
Yeah, an off day Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, games 6 and 7 with a little asterisk next to it if necessary.
So 1-0 to Marte. Pitch by Enriquez, popped up, foul outside first, charging over Muncy, makes the running catch. The ball game is over, and the Los Angeles Dodgers have taken a 3-1 lead in the National League Championship Series. In the 9th inning for New York, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 men left. The final score, the Los Angeles Dodgers 10 and the New York Mets 2. Back to talk about it in a moment on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now, get a low $259 per month lease for 36 months on Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Well-qualified lessees. 2024 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $47.49 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. Ends 11/4/24.
By now, you should know I can't get a game started without my mug of Bigelow tea. For me, it's Bigelow green tea that keeps my voice going. No matter how hectic your day gets, grab your favorite Bigelow tea and take a moment just for you. Bigelow tea, the official tea of Odyssey Mets Radio.
103 millones de dólares. ¿Qué te parece? You know you ready to play. Sounds grande, grande.
Play the New York Lottery's new Grande Scratch-Off games with prizes up to $3 million or a second chance to win 1 of 100 VIP trips to Billboard Latin Music Week in Miami. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Throw in some music.
We can watch the game. Or we could keep it simple.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
At Joy Jolt, we celebrate every moment, especially the big wins. Brooklyn born and bred, we keep it vibrant with our amazing barware and more. Whether you're hosting a game day party or raising a glass to a grand slam, do it with joy. Do it with Joy Jolt.
Come home to SNY.
Lot to get to here on our postgame show.
As our team covers your team with all the postgame reactions.
That is as playoff baseball as there is.
On the Mets playoff run. Nissan Postgame Live tonight, immediately after the Mets-Dodgers NLCS game, only on SNY.
Diving for that grounder got you grounded? Oof. We've got specialists for that. Coaching Little League leave you in big league pain? We've got specialists for that. Orland & Cohen's top orthopedic team has the specialized expertise, extensive training from the nation's best programs, and years of experience so you can feel better, faster. Long Island's premier orthopedic group with offices open 7 days a week. Orland & Cohen is now in Kew Gardens, too. Visit orlandcohen.com.
With over 30 stores to serve you, a rewards app that earns you free groceries, and a shop online service that delivers right to your door, what are you waiting for? Download the Food Bazaar Rewards app and get 10,000 bonus points after your first purchase. Visit foodbazaar.com.
Peerless Boilers wants to keep you in heat and hot water, so check out Peerless Boilers, the world's best-built boilers, and Pavilion tankless water heaters, the world's best-built tankless water heaters. Learn about both at peerlessboilers.com, and remember, Peerless Boilers are the world's best-built boilers.
Yes, the Temptations will be here tomorrow singing the anthem and My Girl. Tonight, though, Dodgers 10, Mets 2. And the Dodgers take a 3-1 lead in the National League Championship Series. Tonight's Mets game has been brought to you by the family of Casamigos Tequilas, Anejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and the new Casamigas Jalapeno, brought to you by those who drink it. Well, when the Dodgers are on, their best players are among the best in the world, and, well, we saw that just from the top of their order in this game, never mind the unlikely cleanup hitter, Keith.
Tommy Edman was one of many tonight for the Dodgers in their brutally long lineup. Sometimes that's how it feels for whoever's pitching against them. Tommy Edman had 2 hits. Mookie Betts had 4. Shohei Ohtani hit a home run. It was seemingly everybody tonight in a Dodger uniform that made life tough again for this Mets pitching staff. Dodgers win 10-2. And now take a fairly strong 3-1 lead. Tomorrow it is do or die for the Mets, who now are forced to win 3 straight games. Dodgers, of course, need just one more win to try to get to a World Series. For the Dodgers, 10 runs, a dozen hits, no errors. They left 12. For the Mets, just 2 runs, 10 hits, no errors. They left 12. And, of course, the Mets had their moments, too. This was a 1-1 game after 1, 3-2 after 3. Mets did, though, go 0 for 10 with men in scoring position. Evan Phillips earns the win, a loss for Jose Quintana. A couple of homers. Mark Vientos hit his 4th of the playoffs. Shohei Ohtani and Mookie Betts went deep for L.A. in a long 3-hour and 39-minute game in front of 43,882. The Dodgers now take a 3-1 series lead, having won Game 4 10-2.
New York Mets baseball is a production of Odyssey in conjunction with the New York Mets. The executive producer is Ray Martell. Production assistance by Brendan Gambeski and Captain Jack McCarthy. And our producer-engineer in the booth is the immortal Chris Majkowski. Our next broadcast will be tomorrow for Game 5 of the National League Championship Series between the Mets and Dodgers here at Citi Field. First pitch scheduled for 5:08 p.m. with the Mets pregame show underway at 4:25. And so for Keith Radd and Pat McCarthy, I'm Howie Rose. Thanks for joining us. Once again, the final score tonight in Game 4, Los Angeles Dodgers 10, New York Mets 2. The Dodgers lead the National League Championship Series 3-1. Stay tuned. Pat's coming up next with the Verizon Mets postgame show. This is Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
New York Mets baseball has been brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. And by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Rothenberg Law Firm. InjuryLawyer.com. Casamigos Tequila. Brought to you by those who drink it. Thrivewell Infusion. The official IV sponsor of Odyssey Mets Radio. Visit ThrivewellInfusion.com. River Spring Living. See what makes life at River Spring Living special. Visit riverspringliving.org. Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion tankless water heaters. Visit peerlessboilers.com to find a dealer near you. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device that saves lives. The New York Lottery. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. And by Berkeley College. Your potential is our promise.
I'm Billy Joel. We've got stories about my songs and lots more on the Billy Joel channel.
Now, for a limited time,
Sing us a song, you're the piano man.
I lit the keys of a piano on fire during one of our club gigs that we did in the early 70s. I had some lighter fluid, and I said, what the hell?
Working too hard to give you
The Billy Joel Channel. Exclusively on SiriusXM Channel 17. Everywhere on the SiriusXM app.
The new basketball season is around the corner, and SiriusXM NBA Radio is getting you ready by talking to the biggest stars in the game.
Joined now by Giannis Antetokounmpo. I want to be able to have a shot at winning it all.
Every weeknight until the season starts, hear a different team's preview show.
We've got Kevin Durant sitting down with us.
Championship is always a goal.
NBA Radio season preview shows, only on NBA Radio Channel 86. And for any interviews or previews you missed, hear them on the SiriusXM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike three and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
The NFL Sunday Drive is your home for the 2024 regular season.
Touchdown, watch again. Daniels comes through again.
This is Steve Torrey. Join me and Bill Leckus every Sunday at noon Eastern as we take you live to every game, every touchdown, and every key moment.
Derrick Henry strikes again.
Plus reporters from every game, fantasy updates, and guests live from the locker room.
49ers tight end George Kittle.
Catch the NFL Sunday Drive every Sunday at noon Eastern on NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody! This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way.
Steve, you were so right about that.
I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The leadoff spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Catch a brand new season preview show of your favorite team every weeknight until the season starts. Only on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Game show. Save big when you switch to the network New York City relies on. Head to your local Verizon store and check out the latest deals. Also brought to you by Flagstar Bank NA. Visit them at flagstar.com. Smash Burger, 100% certified Angus beef burgers, fries, shakes, and more. The College of New Jersey, the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland. ELEC 825, building our future. The Ray Katina family of dealerships. Visit them at raykatina.com. Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Stay where you play. And by Orlin & Cohen Orthopedic Group. We've got specialists for that. Now, here's Pat McCarthy.
Well, once again, this one was all Los Angeles here at Citi Field as they handed the Mets a 10-3 loss in Game 4 of the National League Championship Series. And the Dodgers have taken a 3-1 series lead and are now just one win away from ending this storybook 2024 Mets season and securing the National League pennant. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Citi Field. This is the Verizon Mets postgame show. I'm Pat McCarthy. Once again, it's a very similar storyline that we've talked about throughout this entire series. A lot of walks, over 8 walks once again by Mets pitchers. Just so much traffic against Jose Quintana and this Mets bullpen, and the Mets offensively were able to get guys on base against Yoshinobu Yamamoto and the Dodgers bullpen, but the difference between the two teams tonight, the Dodgers cashed in when they needed to, the Mets didn't. The Dodgers finished the night 6 for 15 with runners in scoring position. The Mets were 0 for 10, and we talked about it in the pregame show that the Mets had really struggled with runners in scoring position, and that continued tonight. Now, they did get a quick jolt from Mark Vientos, who had a home run to counter the solo shot by Shohei Ohtani to lead off the game. For Vientos, his 12th RBI, he's now tied with John Olerud and Curtis Granderson for the most by a Met in a single postseason. Unfortunately, that was really all the offense for the Mets tonight. On the other side, Shohei Ohtani and Mookie Betts were absolutely brilliant for L.A., 5 for 9 with a couple of home runs. Let's head downstairs and hear from the manager of the Mets, Carlos Mendoza.
We haven't got length out of them. They got them, and here we are now.
Have you guys decided on who's going to start tomorrow?
Peterson starting tomorrow.
Next question. Abby, right here in the front, right?
Why did you like Jose Butto in that spot against Mookie Betts?
Well, I'm looking for a ground ball. The two seam right there. Just got behind in the count and left one up. So,
how long do you anticipate Peterson to go? How's that going to work with Senga? Is this sort of like a piggyback thing, or have you?
Yeah, Peterson's fully rest. Last time he pitched was 4 days ago. So, yeah, I'm anticipating him making a regular start.
We're going to go on the left over here to Juan, first row.
You kind of talked about it a little bit, but how tough is it to navigate a lineup when you're trying to be a little bit careful with Ohtani, but there's a former MVP right behind them in Mookie Betts?
Yeah, and that's what makes that team such a good team, because he's not only Ohtani, he's Mookie, he's Teoscar, he's Freddie, even though he wasn't there. And then the bottom of the lineup. Then you got Muncy there, too, and then, Kike doing things that Kike does this time of the year. So I think it's a deep lineup, but the biggest thing is that they're going to force you in the zone. They're not going to chase, and then when you do come in the zone, you have to execute, because if not, they're going to make you pay.
Tim on the left.
You've talked this week about all the innings you've gotten out of your starters this season. Do you sense that they're maybe hitting a little bit of a wall here?
Yeah, I mean, Sean said it the other day. We asked a lot of these guys, and we're facing a good team, man. You got to give those guys credit. That's a deep lineup. That's a good lineup, and whether those guys are feeling it or not, we haven't executed. So, and we haven't got length from them. So,
okay, far left, Tim.
With you guys facing elimination now, did you address the team after the game?
No, I did not.
Do you plan to before the game tomorrow?
Probably, I'll go in same way I've been doing the whole year, whether it's stop by the hitters meeting or the pitchers meeting or small settings, but I definitely will say something.
Okay. We're going to go Jay in the middle.
The pinch hitting spot with Winker there, was that something you'd planned, or did that have anything to do with Alvarez getting hit his previous plate appearance?
I wanted the lefty there. And I got the two of them that inning, McNeil and Winker. So yeah, I think it was more like the righty-lefty matchup. I thought that the game, there was an opportunity there.
Next question. I'm going to go Barry here in the front.
Did you think that Ohtani hitting the second pitch of the game out really set the tone for the whole evening? Big guys do big things in those situations.
I mean, yeah, you could say that, but a solo shot wasn't going to beat us. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty impressive, but not only Ohtani, you have to take care of the other guys behind him too. But yeah, when he goes out there first at bat of the game and hits it like that, obviously it's a good feeling for them. But we knew that wasn't going to beat us, but we couldn't just stop it.
Far left, Mike. Right there. Right there, Mike.
Carlos, would you anticipate having Senga from the bullpen if you need him tomorrow?
Yes, he will be available out of the bullpen tomorrow.
And what's the overriding factor in picking Peterson to start?
Yeah, I mean, facing elimination game, he's fully rested. He's been one of our starters, one of the best starters, and we just feel like he's going to give us the best chance.
Laura, second row, left.
Yesterday you had mentioned kind of sticking with the lineup that you had because you trusted these guys. Do you anticipate making any significant changes tomorrow to kind of spark something?
It depends. I don't know that they announced who's pitching for them. I know before the game was Flaherty, but they weren't sure, so I got to wait. But yeah, there could be some changes depending on who we're facing.
Okay, we can take one more here in the front row on the left.
Carlos, ¿cómo está Francisco después del golpe?
Bien, fue una recta, fue el músculo no es nada grave. Debería estar bien ya mañana.
Thank you.
That was Mets manager Carlos Mendoza after tonight's loss to the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Clubhouse Report, sponsored by Wendy's. Savor the drip of Wendy's Saucy Nugs Party Pack, open till midnight or later. Well, the big news there, of course, that David Peterson will get the ball in Game 5 with the Mets facing elimination, but it'll be all hands on deck because right now the mission is extend this series, get it back to Los Angeles for Game 6. You have Sean Manaea then, and then win that game, get it to Game 7. Anything's possible. So, yes, it is a tall task moving forward for the Mets to salvage this season, but that's why you play a best of 7, because the opportunity is still there. Of course, it has been done before that a team has rallied back, not just down 3-1, 3-0, but obviously the way the Dodgers are swinging the bat right now, that would be a very tall order. You think about Mookie Betts and Ohtani. We talked about the 2 home runs. 10 runs in total tonight for the Dodgers. Betts and Ohtani combined to score 7 and drive in 5. Pretty impressive performance from the top of the Dodgers lineup. And you think about the fact that they got that done even without Freddie Freeman in there tonight. Time for our Lessons of the Game, brought to you by the College of New Jersey. TCNJ offers a top-notch education at a public college price point. Learn more and register for an open house at tcnj.edu. Well, we learned that it's the first time since 2015 in the World Series that both teams have hit a leadoff home run in the same playoff series. Francisco Lindor the other night, Shohei Ohtani tonight. We also learned that there's no better time than now with their backs against the wall. The Mets need to rally off 3 consecutive wins to secure the pennant. Those are our Lessons of the Game, brought to you by the College of New Jersey. We'll take a break here on the Verizon Mets postgame show. When we come back, we'll get you all set up for Game 5 tomorrow. Quick look at the scores from out in Cleveland between the Yankees and the Guardians in the ALCS. Listen back to the highlights and more. That's next when we return to Queens. This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window and Doors, one of New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen windows and doors. Visit Brooklyn Window and Doors award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line, including the 400, 100A, and E Series. Andersen, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window and Door at their new location, 185 30th Street in Brooklyn, or call 718-WINDOWS.
Hey, New York fans. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon in New York City's got you. Trade in any phone from one of their top brands in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Switch now and save. Available at a New York City area Verizon store.
Looking for a replacement window? Find the Andersen 400 Series double hung window at Riverhead Building Supply.
The 400 Series has a timeless style with modern design options to fit the look of your home.
Andersen brand products are the easiest to install, and Riverhead Building Supply makes it even easier.
We'll install your windows for you. Schedule measuring and replacement today.
Visit a Riverhead Building Supply location, call, or visit rbscorp.com.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has locations throughout Long Island with diagnostic equipment on site. Now, Total Ortho Express offers convenient walk-in service with no appointment necessary. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com. That's TotalOrthoExpress.com, because time doesn't heal wounds, they do.
Discover the excitement at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Come play 1,000 slot machines and electronic table games. Enjoy on-site entertainment, cocktails, and dining. In October, we're giving away $125,000 during Wicked Wednesdays. One winner every hour from 3 to 7 p.m. will spin for their chance at $5,000. 1 point equals 1 entry. Jake's 58, where Long Island wins. If gambling is a problem for you or someone, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 877-8-HOPE or text NY.
Are you or a loved one living with Crohn's, colitis, MS, rheumatoid arthritis, or a chronic health condition that requires IV medication? Check out ThriveWell Infusion. Say hello to state-of-the-art private luxury suites. ThriveWell Infusion understands that it can be stressful when receiving an infusion, but it doesn't have to be. At ThriveWell, you'll be provided with exceptional care, comfort, compassion, and convenience. Visit us at ThriveWellInfusion.com. That's ThriveWellInfusion.com. Saving lives, drip by drip. Wendy's new saucy nugs are taking nugs to a whole new level. Choose from 7 different flavors. For a whole new way to nug, it's gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Welcome back to the Verizon Mets postgame show. Mets fell to the Dodgers 10-2. They did hit 1 home run tonight. For every home run hit by the Mets this season, a donation is made to an undergraduate student at the College of New Jersey, the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland. It came off the bat of Mark Vientos and traveled 397 feet. That's the long drive of the game, brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Out in Cleveland, American League Championship Series Game 3. Yankees took the first 2 games of the Bronx, had a 2-0 series lead, and seemed like they were on the brink of a 3-0 lead in the ALCS after Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton went back-to-back against Emmanuel Clase, the Guardians' closer in the 8th inning, as at that point they had taken a 5-4 lead, but Cleveland able to come back, 2-run home run in the 9th inning as Joneski Noel tied the game against Luke Weaver, and then in the bottom of the 9th inning against Clay Holmes, a walk-off home run, 2-run shot by David Fry to make it a 2-1 series. And just like that, the Guardians have a little bit of life heading into Game 4 of the series tomorrow night out at Progressive Field. It'll be Luis Gil on the mound for the Yankees against Gavin Williams for the Guardians. You heard the Mets announce David Peterson for Game 5 tomorrow. It is likely going to be Jack Flaherty for the Dodgers. Dave Roberts said earlier today that is how they were leaning, but wanted to wait to see how tonight went just to be sure before officially announcing Flaherty for Game 5. But we can assume that the Mets will see him for the second time. Take another break here on the Verizon Mets postgame show. When we come back, we'll listen back to the highlights and get you all set up for Game 5. That's all next when we return to Queens. This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current SiriusXM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident over the age of 18.
This week on Let's Go with Bill Belichick, Max Crosby, Peter King, and me, Jim Gray. How impressed are you with what you've seen with Caleb Williams?
He's definitely made some progress. He's playing with a good defensive team, so they really don't have to go out there and score 40 points every week to win. But he's done a better job of taking care of the ball and making plays when he's had the opportunity to make them and not put himself in a compromising situation.
Listen to the extended version of Let's Go, now available exclusively on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hey, this is James Hinchcliffe from Off Track with Hinch and Rossi. Do you love podcasts?
Yep.
Do you have a best friend?
Oh, yeah.
Do you like driving 200 miles per hour in a car with no roof?
Sure do.
Well, then join me and my best friend, IndyCar driver and 2016 Indy 500 winner, Alex Rossi.
That's me.
Twice a week for Off Track with Hinch and Rossi on SiriusXM Podcast Network. All year round, we're talking IndyCar, F1, food, travel, and more with some of the biggest names from on and off the track.
So download Off Track with Hinch and Rossi now, available on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines, midfield. It's a race. Picking them up, putting them down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Let the games begin.
On SiriusXM, you get all the sports play-by-play you want and all the live sports talk you need. It's always a home game when you listen to the NFL, NHL, NBA, and MLB on the all-new SiriusXM app. How good is that? We fuel your fandom with NASCAR, the biggest college games, PGA, and soccer. And when news breaks, hear instant reaction.
We got a big developing story out of Cincinnati.
The all-new SiriusXM app. Everything a sports fan needs, all in one place.
No one keeps you closer to U.S. soccer than SiriusXM FC.
We're now joined by U.S. men's national team head coach Mauricio Pochettino.
The country is about to compete, to win, and to give everything. What we need to translate to the fans, we need to be protagonists, we need to be aggressive team, an entertainment team, because we are USA and the culture is about to win.
Hear more from Mauricio Pochettino on the SiriusXM app. Just search FC.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Welcome back to the Verizon Mets postgame show, Game 4 of the National League Championship Series between the Mets and the Dodgers. Mets and Dodgers split the first two games out in L.A. Last night, it was all Dodgers as they blanked the Mets for the second time in the series. Tonight, it was Jose Quintana on the mound against Yoshinobu Yamamoto. And in the top of the first, Shohei Ohtani led off.
The 1-0 on the way to the left-hand batter. Swing and a drive to deep right field. Forget it. This ball is long gone deep into the back of the Mets bullpen in right field. Shohei Ohtani hits the second pitch of the game out of the ballpark, and the Dodgers have an instant 1-0 lead.
Two pitches into the ball game, the Dodgers ahead 1-0, and for the first time since 2015, both clubs had leadoff home runs in the same series. Quintana settled in from there. He set down the next three to limit the Dodgers to just one. Then in the bottom half of the inning, with one out, Mark Vientos came to the plate.
The 0-1 lifted in the air to deep right center field. This ball's going a long way. Home run into the Dodger bullpen in right center field. Pumping his fist between first and second is Mark Vientos. He gets the Ohtani home run right back. Two batters into the bottom of the first inning. It's Ohtani 1, Vientos 1. And for Mark Vientos, his fourth home run of this postseason.
An opposite field blast for Mark Vientos. And our smash of the game, presented by Smash Burger. 100% certified Angus beef burgers, fries, shakes, and more. Punch, counter punch. 1-1 game on the smash by Mark Vientos. Yamamoto came back with strikeouts of Pete Alonso and Brandon Nimmo to end the first inning. 1-1 after one. After a scoreless second with one out in the top of the third, Quintana walked Shohei Ohtani. Mookie Betts followed with a single through the left side to put runners at first and second. Quintana came back with a strikeout of Teoscar Hernandez, but with two outs, faced Tommy Edman.
The 2-0 to Edman. Swinging a line drive, left center field toward Nimmo. He can't get to it. It drops in for a hit. Ohtani is in. Betts gets to third. And on at second, Tommy Edman. He's done it again. 2-1 Dodgers. Tommy Edman has been on another planet out of nowhere in this series. An RBI double to put the Dodgers back in front. He is 6 for 12 in this series against the Mets.
Two-out double for Tommy Edman, thrust into the cleanup spot. He came through. Dodgers with a 2-1 lead, and runners at second and third with two outs for Kike Hernandez.
Runners lead second and third. Two outs, 3-1. Here's the pitch. Hernandez's ground ball, shortstop hold, diving, knocked down by Lindor, rolls off his glove into left. Betts comes in to score. Edman goes to third. Hernandez safe at first. 3-1 Los Angeles. On a play to Lindor right that he dove. It hit off his glove and rolled away. He had no play. So they give Kike Hernandez another RBI and a single out of this. And here comes Jeremy Hefner.
Yeah, another postseason RBI for Kike Hernandez. And the Dodgers' lead was 3-1. Now, do give a defensive run save to Francisco Lindor because he kept the ball in the infield, and Edman stopped at third with runners in the corner. Quintana walked Max Muncy, which loaded the bases for Will Smith, but he fouled out behind home plate to Francisco Alvarez for the final out in the third. In the bottom half of the inning, the Franciscos, Alvarez and Lindor, singled to lead off the inning. Mark Vientos then went down on strikes, and Pete Alonso walked to load the bases with one out. With the bases juiced, Mets trailing by a run, Brandon Nimmo, plantar fasciitis and all, beat out a would-be inning-ending double play. Now, it was originally ruled a double play on the field. After review, it was determined that Nimmo was safe at first. A run came in, and it was now a 3-2 ball game. Runners at the corners, but Yamamoto limited the Mets to just one on a fielder's choice off the bat of Starling Marte. On to the fourth, Jose Quintana returned with the Mets down a run with one out. Chris Taylor legged down an infield single to third. Quintana then walked Shohei Ohtani. That was it for the left-hander. Carlos Mendoza went to his pen, and he called on Jose Butto to face Mookie Betts.
2-0. Here's the pitch. Betts clocks one down the left field line. That's a base hit. He really turned on that one. Taylor turns around third. He heads home to score. Ohtani rounding third. He's heading home. The cutoff throw. There will be no throw. It's eaten by Lindor in left. Mookie Betts at second, shaking his hips with a 2-run double. It is 5-2 Dodgers.
And that was the turning point of the game. Be listening tomorrow to 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM between 11:30 and noon, and be the 22nd caller. If you can correctly identify the turning point of the game, you will win a pair of Mets tickets to an upcoming game at Citi Field. The Mets turning point of the game is sponsored by Riverhead Building Supply. With 13 locations on Long Island, they are everywhere you are and online at rbscorp.com. 2-run double for Mookie Betts. The Dodgers with a 5-2 lead, and Quintana's line was closed after 3 and a third. 5 runs allowed. Butto stopped the bleeding there with a flyout and a strikeout to end the fourth, but now the Mets trailed by 3. Shut down bottom of the fourth for Yamamoto. He set the Mets down in order, and then in the top half of the fifth inning, Butto worked around a 2-out base runner for a scoreless inning. Yamamoto returned for the bottom half. He hit Francisco Alvarez on the leg with a pitch. He then struck out Francisco Lindor. His night was done after 4 1/3 and 73 pitches. Evan Phillips took over. He set down Vientos and Alonso to end the fifth inning. In the sixth, with 1 out, Butto walked Shohei Ohtani. Carlos Mendoza made another change. He called on Phil Maton, and once again, it was Mookie Betts up for Los Angeles.
The 2-2 hit in the air to left field and deep. Nimmo back onto the track at the wall. It's gone. And that'll certainly change that psyche again of the fans, as they are as quiet as at any time, maybe this season. Mookie Betts has hit a 2-run homer over the Great Wall of Flushing in left field, scoring Ohtani ahead of him, and the Dodgers take a 7-2 lead.
A 2-run shot for Mookie Betts, and as Howie mentioned, the Dodgers lead was up to 5. Maton limited there. He worked around a Teoscar Hernandez walk to end the sixth inning. In the bottom half, against Evan Phillips, Brandon Nimmo and Starling Marte led off with base hits. J.D. Martinez then worked a walk, and just like that, down 5, the Mets had the bases loaded with nobody out. Jose Iglesias got the first crack at it. He went down on strikes for the first out of the inning. Now Carlos Mendoza decided to empty his bench. He called on Jeff McNeil to hit for Harrison Bader, and McNeil hit a shallow fly ball to center field that was caught. Everybody held. Nimmo, of course, can't run very well with the plantar fasciitis. Down 5, did not take any chances. Mendy then went to his bench once again. Jesse Winker came on to hit for Francisco Alvarez. And this is when the chess match got a little interesting, because Anthony Banda, the left-hander, had been warming up. Dave Roberts instead went to his closer and called on the right-hander Blake Trinan. And with the bases loaded and 2 outs, it was Winker and Trinan.
The 0-1 pitch. Fastball hit deep to right field. Back goes Betts onto the track. He'll have a play, and he makes the catch on the warning track right in front of the Payson Cadillac Club. And that retires the side. The Mets had the bases loaded, nobody out, and failed to score.
Bases loaded, nobody out. Jesse Winker gave it a ride, but the Mets rally came up short. They did not score. Maton and Danny Young combined for a 0 in the 7th inning. Mets put some more pressure on in the bottom half, but could not score against Trinan. In the 8th, Danny Young back out. The Dodgers plated 3 more runs and had a 10-2 lead. When it was all said and done, Danny Young did save the bullpen in a way that Tyler McGill did a night ago. 2 1/3 innings of relief. Unfortunately, it did come at a price, but he gets our save of the game, sponsored by Margaret Tietz Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. Eventually, the Mets went down in the 9th inning, and the Dodgers took a commanding 3-1 series lead by a score of 10-2. Take another break and wrap up our coverage on the Verizon Mets postgame show when we come back. This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip by drip.
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window and Doors, one of New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen windows and doors. Visit Brooklyn Window and Doors award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line, including the 400, 100A, and E Series. Andersen, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window and Door at their new location, 185 30th Street in Brooklyn, or call 718-WINDOWS.
As the playoffs heat up, stay hydrated with ReadyRefresh. At the office or at home, ReadyRefresh has amazing deals on all bottled water. From case packs to water filtration to 5-gallon bottles, delivered right to your door. Score more and skip the store. ReadyRefresh ensures you're hydrated for every inning. ReadyRefresh even has a great assortment of water dispensers and offers pro cleaning services for every model. ReadyRefresh, your ultimate game day hydration partner. Order now at ReadyRefresh.com.
When you're number one, it's always good to remember who helped you get there. For the Ray Cattina family of dealerships, it's an easy call. They're customers. It's why Ray Cattina is the premier luxury automotive group in New Jersey and New York. Their game plan is simple. It's to always put the customer first with legendary customer service and the brands they trust the most. Mercedes-Benz, Lexus, Audi, Porsche, BMW, Land Rover, Infiniti, Jaguar, Mini, and Sprinter. Visit a Ray Cattina dealership or go to raycattina.com.
Hey, baseball fans, check out ThriveWell Infusion.